Oh, yeah.
Well, while we're getting started, I did send everyone an email first thing this morning because I won't be able to use the chat function. I put in the link to Zoom, and then the second bullet is a link to an Excel spreadsheet. So just check to make sure that you have access to that. And then what we'll do is email first thing this morning because I won't be able to use the chat function. Is that me?
That is
Yeah,
you.
that was the YouTube
Okay.
recording going.
Hello, Kimberly. Thank you. On that note, please do not try to stream YouTube and Zoom at the same time, but we'll go over that shortly.
I'm going to start recording.
Okay.
Oh, I just hit it
Never
for
mind, he just started recording.
you. Okay.
God.
And I'll get Missy the link right now. So 1 second.
Driska, did you have a question?
Yeah, so you want us to be able to access that Google spreadsheet. How do you, I mean, right now I can see everybody. How do I access that and do what I'm supposed to do on this?
Oh, so you can, if you're on one screen itself, you can either minimize Zoom and have two things open at the same time. I will say you do not need it open just yet. And if this gets too complicated, too confusing, when we get to that point in the meeting, you can just verbally tell me what you want me, and I can type it into the spreadsheet too.
Okay.
We'll navigate that when we get there, but you can minimize your screen if you want. As long as you're comfortable sharing with me whatever you want to say in particular. I just want to make sure that I can capture everybody's thoughts.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just wait a couple more minutes for folks to pop on.
Yeah, it looks like people are coming on here.
Yeah. I'll just wait a minute or two. Oh, there's Ian. Hi there. Morning. Yeah. And I know that Stacy and Chuck said that they might be a little bit late today, so they might pop in a bit later in the meeting itself as well. Good morning, Race. Good morning, Brent.
Good morning.
We'll get started in just a minute or two, just making sure that everybody can log on, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, we should start when it goes up on YouTube, and it's almost there right now. She hasn't, it's on YouTube, but she hasn't posted the link for the public yet. So I told her to let me know when that happens.
Okay, yes. And then we'll start once that happens. So how's everybody doing? I hear you guys are having great weather.
Oh boy. Yep. 30 inches at my house.
Jeez.
That's fun.
Oh yeah.
I saw on the news that down by Pony had over 4 feet, if that's correct.
They did. It was insane.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Oh, good. Yep. I have no snow. It's almost shorts weather. Slightly different. Yeah. Heath, you look really, you've got a nice dark side, so it almost looks like you're in some sort of shadows of some sort. You've got a very protected look.
I don't know why. I got good lighting in here and it just shows up terrible all the time.
It's just the technology, right?
Right.
Good morning, Stacy.
Good morning.
We are
Just-
live on YouTube now.
Perfect. Okay, well, perfect timing. So we will get the meeting started. Thank you guys for bearing with us with all those fun tech issues that I know that we are getting quite familiar with. I will share my screen with you just so that you can see what the agenda looks like today. We'll run through it real quick. So we'll do open discussions, just giving you some updates on things that have happened as of thus far so we can make sure that we're informed of all of the moving pieces that are happening as of currently, and follow up with action items as necessary. Then we're going to talk a little bit about that decision-making process. We do need to finalize what that will look like, or at least get it to a working state. We don't want this to take up the entire meeting, as it's only a portion of what we're really doing here. It's not the real focus, but we do need to make sure that we understand the decision-making process and confirm what that looks like overall. We should have full attendance today, so we might be able to confirm it in this time, or we'll hold it and make sure that everybody's able to review the information for the decision-making process and solidify that over time, at least in this meeting or in the next meeting, depending. After that, we're going to really dive into the purpose of this group here in particular, what the key issues are that we want to address. And we're going to do that in a couple different ways. We're going to listen to some comments and feedback from the public. Then we're going to listen to a presentation by FWP, just to give us an overview of what's going on with elk and hunting and Montana in particular. So we have that information and background knowledge from both the public and FWP. From that, we will have a discussion for ourselves, in particular, just to say, well, what is the issue? What are we trying to address here? And sort of develop a framework for moving forward. So today's real focus, the heart of the meeting today, is really talking about those key issues, what we want to address for those recommendations moving forward. The way that I look at this is it's the base of everything else that we do. It's the foundation of the house that we're going to be building on top of. So we all need to figure out exactly what we're trying to build before we build it. And that's what today is really about, identifying what those key issues are for moving forward. So this will be our agenda for the day. Are there any questions, comments, concerns on that? Okay. Saw a small head shake no, so we will move forward with that. Just as a friendly reminder for today in particular, let me go down. So I'm going to get you seasick, I apologize. So just our friendly ground rules for Zoom overall: try to remain on camera, be ready to participate, and minimize distractions to the maximum extent possible. Be mindful of your airtime, make sure that everybody's able to engage and share their thoughts. Please do listen to each other so that we can understand each other's different perspectives and support each other in that collaborative effort, making sure that it's a open and welcoming space to have those conversations and discussions. And raise either your virtual or physical hands so that if you have something that you want to say throughout the meeting and want to be called on, feel free, of course, to unmute gracefully and discuss throughout as well. One additional note that we just realized too at the beginning of this meeting is please do not try to watch the YouTube video while on Zoom. It does cause some tech issues, some delays, some echoes that we really don't want to bring into the space. It gets a little confusing. So if you are trying to do that, please do not try to do that. It causes a little bit of an issue. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, or additional items that we need to take into consideration here? Okay, so moving forward, I'm going to just show this for just a second to show you the content that we're going to cover. So we're going to talk a little bit about the meeting notes, the decision charter, communication updates, and then information sharing. And then I know FWP has a couple updates to provide you overall. So I'm just going to stop sharing because this can be more of a discussion than just you looking at the screen itself, so that we can make sure that we cover the content that we need. So for the first one is really the meeting notes. I did get some comments back from folks on the meeting notes in particular. The only thing was really that purpose statement, which is something that we're going to discuss today. And other notes were really on the decision-making process. Those are two things that we're going to discuss today in particular. So if there aren't any questions, concerns, anything pressing, we'll sort of hold those notes as a good reflection of the meeting last time. Unless I hear any objections. Okay, so we'll do that. If there are any other questions or comments, feel free to email or reach out and I'll be happy to go over those with you. The next is the decision charter. So we do need to sort of solidify that to the extent that we can. So just saying that the content itself is where we're comfortable with what it has. There are some things that we do need to address, in particular, the decision-making process. That has to be incorporated into the decision charter, and it hasn't been done as of yet. I'm hoping that we are comfortable moving forward with the decision charter as is, knowing that we are going to talk today about, one, the issues associated with the purpose statement in particular, so talking really about what issues we're focusing in on, and the decision-making process. So those are two components that were also discussed in the charter that we're going to have discussions today about, that we're going to kind of put on hold. And my question for you guys is, are we comfortable moving forward with the decision charter as it's listed currently? Anybody, and I'm going to give you three options. And I need something from everybody, okay? One is, no, I am not comfortable with it. Two is, I'm not gonna stop the group on this. It's got some things that I'm a little bit like, oh, maybe, maybe not. And then three is, I'm in support moving forward. So who here is a one? I'm not comfortable with the decision charter at this point in time. Anybody a two? It's okay, nothing. Who's a three? This should be everybody, I think, at this point. Okay. Okay. Race, are you a three? I mean, okay, good. I just want to make sure I didn't see that one. We'll put everybody as a three for now. And then we're going to add in those components about the decision process, and we will clarify the issues for the purpose statement too. So just making sure that we have that content covered. So at this point, we'll hold the decision charter as is. Okay. Next is going to be communication updates. So we did share out a way for you to communicate with each other. So whatever your preferred method of communication is for you as an individual within this group. So we will make sure that you have access to that. Also, there were the slots when you can attend meetings. So please make sure to fill those out so that we know who is at what meeting, when, where, and how. We can follow up afterwards too if you're not able to attend those meetings. So that does help us understand who will be at that meeting and how we can follow up accordingly. So we will make sure that you have access to that information and can communicate with each other by your preferred form of communication overall. Any questions, comments, concerns on that? Pretty straightforward and easy. Okay, so next is information sharing. It's come to my attention that there have been a couple requests for different information throughout this process as of thus far from a couple different folks. And so I did want to have a quick conversation with the group overall about what this looks like and how we can move forward. And I'll talk a little bit about what I'm hoping that we can achieve and where we can go. Ideally, everyone would have access to information. That's where we want to be, right? We want to start working as a group together. So we want to make sure that we all have access to the information that's provided. So what that really looks like is making sure that if there is a request from the group, that everybody in the space has access to that information. And there's two components to that. One is it's information that the group needs in particular. So we want to make sure that it's useful information for the group overall. There might be topics or things that we're more curious in or interested in or want to dive deeper in, but really based off of what the group needs overall in order to move things forward. So really making sure that we're emphasizing that group need. And two, making sure that when that information is requested by the group, that everybody has access to it. And so the way that we think that this can be done, these two items, is confirming with the group in the meeting itself information that's needed. So at the end of today's meeting, we'll pause and say, what information do you need for the next meeting in particular? What do you need to review in between the meetings? What do you need in order to prepare or to review notes? What do you need? And so we'll pause at the end of the meeting in order to review information overall, what the group needs. And two, the request is to have it as one point of contact. So it's going to be Deb as the point of contact for getting that information. And the reason is that she will be able to get the information and then share it with everybody in the group. So we can make sure that, that everybody does have access to the same information. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Does that seem, first I'll ask if there are questions, comments, and concerns, and then second I'll ask if we're comfortable doing that. Any questions? Keith, thank you for sharing. Oh, Deb,
Kimberly,
yes.
can I add something? Also, as she said, I'm the point of contact for you guys, and I'll get you the information as quickly as possible. We have had folks reaching out to our staff members as well, and as you know, they're all really busy. So we want to make sure that if you have requests, go through me and not directly to staff that you might know or have a relationship with. They just want to be able to get it to me and just funnel it through me. So I just wanted to remind people of that as well.
And then we can also make sure that everybody gets that information too, because if it goes to one individual, then not everybody has access to it. So it's really about making sure we're efficient with our requests, getting information, and everybody has access to that information. Any other questions, comments on that? Are we comfortable moving forward with that as a process? So 2 points. One, we'll put at the end of the meeting requests for information. And two, it would be going through Deb as a point of contact. And if we do need information throughout or something along those lines, we can adapt as necessary. Send a group email saying, is this information that everybody needs or something along those lines. So I don't want you to think that we're limiting information or something along those lines. Are we comfortable moving forward like that? Is anyone not comfortable moving forward like that? Okay, I'll say that that's consent and we'll move forward with this in that direction overall. And then of course, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please do feel free to reach out at any point in time. So our next updates really come from FWP. I know that there's going to be a little bit of a discussion on external communication in particular. And I kind of want to put a couple little bounds on conversation here in particular. We might have questions, we might have lots of questions in this space, really focusing in on what actions need to be taken or how we can move forward will be really helpful. Because I know that this conversation could expand out and it's not the heart of what we're trying to do here. So I'm going to try to move us somewhat quickly through this conversation and discussion overall, recognizing that we might have some questions, but really focusing in on what actions we can take or how we can move forward effectively. So Deb, I will turn it over to you to do a bit of discussion about external communication, open meetings, and any other updates you might have.
Sure. So good morning, everybody. I already jumped in, but good morning. You guys had a question on open meeting laws and meeting outside of this. You are kind of an extension of FWP as a public body, though you're not a decision-making body. So technically, if you guys want to gather, we can't tell you not to. I mean, that's your call. We would encourage you to maybe not do that. You are not a decision-making body. You have there's no legal grounds for you guys not to meet, but we just want to be transparent to the public. So that's your call on open meeting laws. The other thing is Kimberly and I would not be able to participate, obviously, in something like that. So that is up to you guys to reach out to each other and chat amongst yourselves. Another thing that has come up, brought to my attention, is that obviously you have seen probably a lot of newspaper articles, maybe social media posts on misinformation about this group. It was appointed by Governor Gianforte. Obviously, we know that's not the case. You guys were chosen by our director, Hank Borsak. So there's a lot of misinformation about this group and what this group is doing. Somebody on social media said this group is influencing or is writing the Elk Plan. You guys know that you guys are not writing the Elk Plan. This is a very specific component that we are asking you guys to look at. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. And the question came to me, how do you guys handle that? How do you address it, if you should address it? As you know, FWP, we hear complaints not just daily, but hourly about ourselves and our what we're doing. So we generally don't address things like that. We generally just let them go and ignore them, because if it would be a full-time job for all of our staff to address those issues. So we just generally let them go. I would suggest, I think I was talking to, who was I talking to? Aaron. I was talking to Aaron and I said, maybe grow thicker skin, because that's what we have to do. But if you really see something egregious and you want to address it, you could either address it as a group or address it. The tit for tat online going back and forth obviously isn't going to benefit anybody. But if there's something that you guys think you really want to address, I would recommend addressing it as a group, maybe a letter to the editor or a guest opinion or something like that. But, I would say let your good work here speak for itself. These meetings are recorded. Anybody could watch them. I think the more you meet and the more people watch and the more people get to know you and your charge, I think your good work will demonstrate in and of itself that what you guys are about and what you guys are doing for Montana. So that's your call. If you have any questions, please, bring them up here, or any concerns, bring them up here, and I'm happy to address. But it's really up to you guys as a group and what you want to do. Any questions? Any concerns about? I know you knew this was going to be a heavily watched issue and a charged issue, but any concerns about any of that? Okay.
Well, perfect. And I think that this is a perfect time to say thank you also for your hard work and dedication. Everyone here, really appreciate you being here. I hope you guys do know that. I'm going to we have about, I was going to transition over into discussing the decision-making process, but I do want to just quickly ask everybody a quick question, see if we can go around the room, just say hi to each other before we kick the meeting off. This might put us a little bit back, but I think it's actually quite important to do. Last time we asked you about collaborative elk management and what it means to you as an introductory question. What I'm thinking today is, was there a particular reason that you joined this group? Because that will kind of guide us into our next conversations coming up. Is there a reason that you joined or applied for this group in particular? These questions hopefully will get to know each other a little bit better. and understand who's in the room. I typically don't do questions. I know Matt called me out on it last time saying, wait, shouldn't I give you my background and what I do? And you can. That is part of what we do in our space here, but really getting to know each other on a personal level before we jump in and discuss about credentials and things along those lines. So maybe if we can just start by saying, what drew you here? Why did you want to come to this group in particular? So give us your quick 10-second response. And Druska, you went off mute, so if you can go first and then pick somebody, that would be great.
Sure. So when I looked at the elk plan for the last group that I worked on, it hadn't been worked on since 2005. And since then, the elk issue for disease has changed dramatically, and it affects us daily. So a big reason why I'm on this is that I want to make sure that the disease portion of elk management is front and center in the new elk plan. And as a landowner, I need to have that voice. And Aaron, you can go next.
Lucky me, huh?
Yeah.
I find it interesting. I've been following the elk issues for a long time now. It's interesting. I want to try and help from my perspective on that and voice opinions of those that reach out to me. So I guess that's the main reason. And I'll go to Ian next.
Yeah, I guess for me, I think I maybe hit on it briefly in the first meeting, but I guess my major driver for trying to put my name in the hat for getting in this group is just to shed light on Northwest Montana and the other portions of the state that are probably underrepresented in this discussion. We all know that elk overcrowding on private lands pretty much is the central focus of these elk management discussions, and I think there's I hope to be able to get into the issues a little bit more up in the Northwest on what's going on, and just kind of bring a different light to the table. So that's my hope.
Ian, who would you like to go next?
We can do Heath.
Perfect, Heath.
Yeah, I think for myself, it's a couple things. I'm an avid elk hunter. I've been lucky to hunt kind of all over the West, so I have seen how other states do it and things like that. And then the biggest thing is I'm a firm believer that if you're not involved, you can't really complain. And so I figured I might as well try to be involved. Matt can go next.
Yeah, I guess for me, a lot of it is similar to Heath, as far as I feel like if you're not part of the process, gives you a right to complain later. But and also I felt like I'm fairly, I'm uniquely in a situation where we, as an outfitter and a landowner and a hunter, and we deal with a lot of private property rights, and I have a fairly good understanding of all sides involved. And so I just thought I could be helpful in those respects. Go ahead, Scott.
Oh, which Scott?
Van Dyken.
Okay.
I guess I'm like several other people. My favorite species to hunt is elk, and everybody in my family has shot multiple, so I like to continue that tradition on. And whether it's hunting in the Bob Marshall or on a generous landowner that let me go shoot a cow or something like that, I'd just rather be part of the solution instead of complain and be negative about everything. I think this could be a positive outcome for everybody, or the best we can do, and I just like to be part of it.
Thanks.
I would say from Scott to Scott. Scott Tinkenberg, go ahead.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt just didn't pick me because he couldn't pronounce my last name. He went to Scott Van Dyke because that was easier. So, but anyway, he kind of stole my answer too. It's just, I feel like I have a good perspective, and I just wanted to be part of trying to bring something together to make things better. Who hasn't gone yet? Oh, let's see. Oh, Stacy, will you go next, please?
I joined the group kind of to bring in the southeastern Montana rancher hunter access issue. I am few and far between in this area. I know a lot of people that hunt, and I know a lot of people that ranch. I don't know a lot of people that do both. And along the same lines as Heath, you can't complain if you're not in the middle of it trying to do something about it. So that's a large part of why I'm on the panel. And let's go to Stephanie.
I'm going to echo pretty much what everybody else said. I wanted to be part of a solution and try to help bring some ideas forward and collaborate and really just you can't complain if you're not in the process and putting in the hard work. So that's all.
You got a couple choices.
Brent left? Brent?
Sure, I think I'm still left. I joined as an avid elk hunter, but also with the background in infectious disease science, particularly chronic wasting disease, but also a good background in brucella. I echo the concerns of Druska. Montana state agriculture is threatened, unfortunately, by some of the things that elk can move around, particularly brucella. We don't think it crosses. CWD likely doesn't cross to cattle, but that's a concern. We're seeing an overabundance of elk in places. We're seeing outside landowners buying parcels and basically making food plots, concentrating these animals. The recipe for a disaster is there. Just kind of wanted to be able to present, information and data if we need about chronic wasting disease, but also keep the interests of landowners, hunters, outfitters all in check as well. So trying to be well-rounded with the emphasis on infectious disease concerns. All right, let's see. Is Race still up? Okay, Race.
Yeah, like all of you, similar thoughts have gone through my head, especially about being involved and not trying to whine. We have done a little bit of work in the past and felt like we've been involved a little bit with the management here locally and have had failures and a few little successes. And I guess I look at this as an opportunity for us to maybe take another step forward and in elk management, at least in our area. And anyway, yeah, like all of you, I want to be involved and get away from whining.
Well, thank you. I think we got all of the members. Is that correct? Perfect. Okay. Well, what I'm going to ask is for a volunteer. So for our next meeting, I do need a volunteer. I pick introductory questions based off of the theme of the meeting, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have different questions that you would want to ask that may or may not be thematic towards the meeting. So I would like a volunteer to present an open question for introductions in our next meeting. Is anybody willing to volunteer to do that? You have a really burning question that you want to ask the group, but be reasonable, please be reasonable. Remember, these are recorded as well. So, any volunteers? No takers? Thank you. Okay, Heath and Race. Okay, so we'll do it in order. So Heath, you'll go next, and then Race, I can do you at the next meeting. So every meeting will have a new introduction. You guys get to pick what that might be, and no longer thematic based off of Kimberly. Before we get to our next portion of the recommendation, decision-making process, I just wanted to acknowledge Deb is here and other FWP folks providing that support. Quick hello from Deb. Is there anything else that you want to say for hello, introduction, or anything today?
No, I don't think so. I'm just here if there's any questions, and I'm hopeful a couple other people might jump on and be able to answer some questions as well. We have Lindsay Parsons here that's going to be presenting basically the state of elk in Montana to you guys. And yeah, I'm just here as a resource if you need me.
Perfect. Thank you, Deb. And we will get started with the meeting, talking a little bit about the decision statement, or excuse me, decision process overall. So let's jump into this, try to make it somewhat of a quick conversation so that we can jump into the heart of our meeting too. Here are some things that I want you guys to know. So we drafted the process for decision-making in this group in particular, okay? And this is what it kind of came out with. So we have this first step of having a discussion. Second step is anybody can make a motion. Third step, there's a vote. Fourth step is you submit those recommendations to, and I wasn't quite sure if it was the public or the sounding board. And then once you get feedback back, you review and discuss that. Then another motion is made, then a vote, and then you finalize and champion it. So this is kind of the process that we came up with last time. And there are a couple key pieces that I want to highlight to make sure that we acknowledge before we move forward. So the first is really representation, right? What members have to be present in the meeting itself. So if we look at the calendar here, we see we have a set number of dates that we're going to be meeting. Not everybody can attend all meetings. So that's something that we have to acknowledge here. So what does that representation look like overall? And how, if we can't have everybody in the meeting itself, do we do it electronically or something along those lines? So what does that look like? The second thing that I want you guys to know is that we talked about this public/sounding board. So I do need to know if we're talking public/sounding board or what this looks like overall. For this, I want you guys to know that the public will have the ability to present in every single one of these meetings. They will be able to provide comment in every one of these meetings. We will make space and time for them to do that, probably 30 minutes or so for them to sign up and say what they need to say in that space. We tried to present questions this time, but I'll get to that later. But the public does have the opportunity to say what they want to say in the meetings themselves. The sounding board, the folks that applied, but were not accepted, or this group was chosen, the sounding board in particular may or may not be those folks who are in the public comment space, but we also did identify 3 spots in particular that we wanted to activate or engage the sounding board in particular. So I want you to have that information when we're looking at the decision-making process. And then really talk about that first part of representation, then talking a little bit about sounding board and public engagement. So when we talk about that, how do we want representation to be? So we know that not everybody can attend every single meeting. I know that Chuck sent an email saying maybe using proxies. Do we want to send out it by an electronic vote? If people can't be in that meeting, what do we want representation to look like? Yes, Truska.
So I'm good with the second bullet where it says that if you're not here, you can vote either by email or electronically. I think when we get down to that, the third stage of everything, that we're going to be pretty clear on what those recommendations are. And I think the meetings, there's so many meetings, and it's going to be really hard for people because stuff comes up. But I don't think that they should be excluded at the end of all of this.
Okay. So I think Jessica's saying vote in the meeting itself and then have that supplemental send out vote for everybody electronically as well. Is that where we're landing? We've got Heath nodding, so Ian's nodding. Okay, I've got a couple of nods. I'm gonna go with it, and then I'm gonna make you guys vote on this shortly. So this would be a really good time to talk. Okay. So we'll vote and then send out electronically. Okay. So for the second portion, where we engage, so first portion, we set up for a motion, we discuss motion, vote, recommendation. I'm assuming both motion and recommendation go out for electronic vote if folks aren't present. So just keep in mind, this might take a couple different meetings in the space here. It might take a couple meetings. And then send it to the public / sounding board. What are our thoughts on this? Stephanie gave me a thumbs up. I think she's just good with it as is. Or how about, let me give you a specific question. Is this the public or is this the sounding board we're sending it to? And what is that going to look like? I want you guys to think about what that's going to look like. Juska, you're on mute.
My concern is not that I want to hear from everybody, but my concern is how much we're going to end up revisiting things based on public comment or sounding board. And it's not that, I think everybody understands what I'm saying. I don't want to get caught in the whole back and forth, because it's so time consuming and we only have X amount of time. I'm open to suggestions for sure on how to do all of that. It's just, it's a concern I have.
Okay, thank you, Juska. Heath?
Yeah, I think Druska's right. And I think Chuck said it well last time. Technically we are the public. We were chosen from the public. And I think if we open everything, obviously the public gets to comment on every meeting. So if we keep circling back and opening up everything back to the public, we're going to just keep revisiting and revisiting. We're probably not going to get anywhere. We have 12 meetings, but they're only 4 hours. That's basically a week's worth of work. Yeah, I think we need to, obviously be open and transparent, but I would say we use the sounding board more than the entire public.
Okay. Stephanie.
I would echo that sentiment. Just use the sounding board and allow public comment during the meetings.
Okay. So maybe send the recommendations to the sounding board, get feedback from them in particular, and then circle back. What I'm thinking is once the recommendations are voted on, everybody seems comfortable with it. When we send it to the sounding board, then there'll be tweaks or changes and adjustments afterwards. It'll be just one time send. Is that? And I see Deb's off mute as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to this that, I hear what you're saying, Druska and Heath, and we don't want to keep circling back. You have a limited amount of time. And so I think maybe thinking about how you want the public involved, and maybe, I know Kimberly's going to talk about the question that we posed to the public this time, that we asked them to comment on. So think maybe we could collect questions from you all that you would like to hear from the public at the allotted time in all of these meetings. And maybe you can have a targeted input from the public by asking certain questions, because we do want to allow obviously public comment, and we want to hear from the public on all these issues. So maybe if you are either struggling or if you want additional input, we think of very specific questions that where we can engage the public and ask them for input. So that's just an idea.
Thanks, Deb. Ian?
I guess I was just going to comment, so I agree that, I'd like to hear from everybody in this state, but I think, the sounding board is, as far as a double check on us would be good, but that we are setting up, and this may be more of a question for Deb, but you're getting everything, you're going to be compiling all comments and whatnot that are received as part of this. So I guess if there's somebody that's listening to this that's from the public that's saying, well, wait a minute, I'm not going to get a voice in this, and I feel jaded. I think there is still an opportunity for just general comments to be received and reviewed by this board. And while, we can just, I think there'll be an opportunity for us to just read all those comments and kind of absorb them, have them in the back of our mind as we are, making decisions or whatever. So maybe just a confirmation that there will be an opportunity for somebody to, write in a quick comment, and we can read that, review it, whatever, and it'll, possibly mold or impact our decisions along the way.
Well, without you knowing it, Ian, you just provided me a great segue. So you're right. I mean, the public's going to be reaching out to you guys individually, I'm sure. If you have relationships with them, or if they live near you in the same area of the state, they'll probably be reaching out to you individually, all of you individually. So you're going to hear from the public that way too. There's going to be lots of opportunity for the public to engage you guys in these meetings and one-on-one. What Kimberly and I had talked about, kind of modeling it after our commission meetings, is setting aside a certain amount of time at the beginning of all future meetings to hear report outs from each of you if you have something to share that you've heard from the public in your area, or heard from the public that has the same concerns that you have or same interests you have. And so that way, if a member of the public reaches out to you, Ian, or you, Stephanie, on their own and not everybody else, you have that opportunity to share what you've heard with everybody on this group. So that was an idea that we had. And if I think it's a good one. So it's not just one of you receiving this information, it's all of you receiving the information. So that's something to consider for future meetings as well, because the public might not reach out to all 12 of you.
Thanks.
I think that'd be good. I guess the reason for the comment was I just don't want, you're saying there's already misinformation or something out there. I want the public to feel like they have an opportunity to contact us, while maybe they don't, we don't open every vote up to comment. They get a process, they can bring us stuff along the way. We can read it, absorb it, take that into account, so they feel like they are getting some representation.
Absolutely. Your decisions will be informed by the public. Yep, absolutely.
So I see that Druska has her hand up. Give me 1 second and let me summarize something that I'm hearing really quickly. I think that there are two different conversations happening, right? One is the public going to have the ability to provide comments or feedback, review our information and the processes overall? The second conversation that we're kind of having is, what does that have an impact on for our final decision-making process? So we might want to have communication and engagement with the public throughout the meetings themselves, have the ability to communicate via email, report outs. That's just general communication, right? So they have the ability to provide feedback throughout. But the second question that we're really trying to target here is, what relationship does that have with the decision-making process too? So if it's just that we have feedback throughout every meeting, where it's either the targeted contact with the sounding board at 3 times, which is separate from the decision-making process, so we're already going to reach out to them 3 times, and contact with the public throughout the process. So if we have that, do we need it in the decision-making process too? So that's the question. Is it just feedback throughout the process? And where is it in the decision-making process that we have for our final recommendations? Druska.
So after hearing what's been said, and I agree with Deb on getting everybody the same public comment, that's really important. I would prefer to have the public comment occur before the champion phase. I mean, that one block that you have there, I think that's where we're going to get, we're going to spend too much time if we're in agreement on a champion recommendation and then we throw it out to the public again. So what I would like to see is the public involvement up in the draft and the propose more. And they'll know where we're going with the recommendation by that point, and they will have commented. And then in the champion phase, we're just voting as a group.
Perfect. So to be clear, the public will have comment and opportunity throughout every single meeting. They will have the opportunity every single meeting to have whatever comments they think are important. So they should be incorporated through every last one of these meetings. So when we get to this point, they should have had the opportunity at some level to have engagement. This proposed section here is, well, right after here, step 4 is submitting it to the public or the sounding board. I think we landed on sounding board, excuse me. Sending it to the sounding board in particular, and then reviewing and discussing their feedback afterwards. Just to clarify that. Chuck.
So we got to remember that the sounding board are members of the public. Mm-hmm. And they are also the 200 and some people that are most interested in what we're doing. So I think they need to be given preference for time. As far as the public commenting, I've got a notebook here that not daily, but often I'm getting calls from people offering up their concerns or their solutions. So, and I expect that's true with almost all of us. We're getting comments from the public right now. What should we do with those? I'm not clear. Should we compile those comments that we're getting and bring them back to the full committee here for our consideration? Or should we just insert those notions that we get on our own? I'm not sure what protocol would be there, but I mean, I'm not trying to discount the public, but the sounding board people have shown an interest, and I don't see on the agenda where we've allocated any time to the sounding board. Is that correct?
So let me tackle a couple of those questions there, Chuck. Yes, we have time. So I'll go with your last question first. We did allocate time to the public in general. And so that may or may not include the sounding board members. We're not going to distinguish between them at this point in time. Whoever signed up is going to be the ones who speak at that point in time. We've already identified 3 times in this process in particular that we're going to strategically reach out to the sounding board already. So that will be separate from public comment just in general. So 3 times that we're going to reach out to the sounding board with specific questions for them to address. The public will be able to have comments in every single meeting. We will provide space and time in every single meeting for them to have their comments. And for your first question that you had there, you talked a little bit about what should you do with information that you've received. So I think that we circled around the idea of having that report out at the beginning portion of the meeting. If there are any discussions or comments that folks need to share at the beginning portion of the meeting, we'll do that, if that helps. So let me see if I've got somewhat of this process down. So we'll have the public speak at every meeting. Oh, just go. You just went off mute. Did you have something that you wanted to add? Okay, no. Sorry, I was just very eagerly watching. So we'll have the public engaged in every single meeting to review the content, to provide feedback. We can target questions, but they will have the opportunity to provide comments. They'll have the opportunity to provide comments directly to you. And we will have report outs at the beginning of the meetings of what has been said to each of you individually, if anything that you need to bring to the group in particular. So the public itself will have that engagement level. The sounding board will be activated at 3 separate times in the process. So 3 specific times we're going to ask them to tell us what, did we get the values correct here? What are assess the consequences? What does this look like? And evaluating trade-offs. Those were the 3 times that we specifically requested the sounding board to be actively engaged with targeted questions. So that will happen in conjunction. If they want to sign up in that public space to have conversations, they can do it there as well. But they really are targeted for 3 specific spots as well. that are above and beyond what the public is. For now, it seems like we're going to go through the review process. We'll submit it to the sounding board. So step 4 is submit recommendations to the sounding board, review and discuss the feedback that's provided to them, and then go through the second motion, the vote, and finalize and champion. Does that sound like where we landed? Did I miss anything? At least Heath shook his head no. So I'm going to go with it. But I will pause. I will pause. Is there anything that I missed? Did that sound reasonable? Okay. So I'm going to see if we can solidify this and move it into our decision charter overall. So I need 1, 2, and 3. 1, no, I do not support this decision-making process. 2 is, it's okay. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm not going to completely stop the group on it. And 3 is full support. So I'm going to reiterate what we have here. Public is going to be able to provide comment in every single meeting. Sounding board can join in those public comment spaces if they choose to sign up, but the sounding board will be activated at 3 specific times throughout the process. Anytime that you feel when the public reaches out to you individually, we can have a report out at the beginning portion of the meeting, just if there's anything that needs to be shared with the group overall from what you've heard. When we go through the process, for the recommendations, so we'll have the discussion, the first motion, which could be made by anybody, the vote, and then of course that will be with everybody in the meeting itself. There will also be an electronic option sent out to the members who are not able to attend to make sure that we've captured their thoughts and ideas. That will, if it gets a positive vote of, actually, I believe we ended up with 50% or 50, at least over 50%. To 100%. Do we want to clarify that before I move forward? Sorry, I forgot that portion. Do we want 100% positive saying I support?
I don't know if we need 100%, but I think we need more than 50 for sure.
That's where we landed last time, between 50 and 100. So what is that? Just go then, Chuck.
You want to just pick 70? I mean, it's kind of an arbitrary number, but 50 is too low.
Okay. Chuck, what do you think? Chuck, you have your hand up. I don't know if you're on mute.
Well, just thinking though, whatever we send back to the department, the higher percentage we have, hopefully it is 100%, then that's pretty strong. That would be hard for them to say, well, I don't think we're going to do that. When we've spent 40 hours coming up with something and send it back to them and we're all in agreement, that's pretty strong. If only 70% of us are, they're going to think, well, that was all those ranchers on there. They don't really like that proposal. So, we probably won't do that. So I would hope we would have consensus. I would hope we would have 100%. And if we don't, I think we could send in a report that says that we don't have 100%, but we should keep in mind as a group, if we can support something 100%, it's going to be pretty strong. It's going to be hard for the department or the commission to reject that. So I didn't really answer the question, but if we only get 50%, I think we just will bag it and start on another topic.
Okay, so it looks like, thank you, Chuck. So maybe between 70 and 100, and if we're under 100%, if we're in between that 70 to 100, maybe writing a statement saying we weren't at full support at this point, and here's our clause as to why, but saying that even still that's 70 to 100%. Aaron.
Yeah, Chuck stole my thunder there. I would agree that and he hit the nail on the head as far as I'm concerned. I would hope with all the work that we're doing here, we get 100%. So.
Okay. Drewska, You went off mute.
Do you think we have to even put a number? I mean,
Well, I think
if we're
we
just
get,
saying, go ahead.
well, I think if we get a vote and then we've got 3 people up, 3 people down, what do we do with that? Like, I would want to know where to go from that. What I'm thinking is that we could probably say, let's aim for 70 to 100%. I want to highlight too, one thing in the process is once it's been voted and it's passed, you do have that finalize and champion recommendations as your last step. So it seems like whatever happens with the passing, you would still support what comes out of it. So I do want to highlight that as well. If that eases some of the concerns too. Ian?
I guess as far as like the percentage, I mean, there's probably going to be a few really good ideas that come out that we don't get 100%, buy-in from everybody. There are going to be some things that we do get 100% buy-in. So I think, I think it'd be good to, I don't know, call it 70%, but then when we have those recommendations at the end, say there's 10 items that might come into the ranking of those items, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're all 100%. Everybody agrees with it. And then maybe that percentage comes into kind of the order in which we present these things to FWP. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds, yeah. So recognizing that we might have multiple recommendations or sets of recommendations. And so recognizing that voting on that package or that recommendation itself might be within that range. And we could say the higher ones, the ones that receive a higher support levels, the ones that we would promote overall. Okay. So let's test this and see how this goes. So, and I'm going to ask for a vote from the group over. Well, first I'll pause and say, did I get it right? And then I'll ask for a vote. So the public will be able to comment in every single meeting. The sounding board will be activated at 3 separate times. The sounding board can join the public comment if they so sign up in that space. So there'll be 3 times that the sounding board is activated, but the public does have the opportunity to present in every single meeting. The public can reach out to you individually, and at the beginning of meetings, we will summarize the content that was presented to you on an individual basis. We will continue to have that discussion in step 1. First motion can be made by anyone. First vote, it seems like we really are aiming for at least 70% to 100% would be most ideal. If we're in that range, we'll clarify throughout. So what happened, when, where, and how, report out as to the support level. And if it's a package or rankings or a package or a single recommendation, promoting the highest ones that had the highest votes overall, support overall is the first portion for FWP. Then we'll submit those recommendations to the sounding board. The sounding board will present their thoughts and ideas on that. We'll review the feedback. Then a second motion will be made by any individual within the group. And then, of course, the second vote will occur. Same representation applies here. And of course, it will be the folks who are in the meeting, and they will have the electronic option afterwards too. The final step, of course, is whenever we do have that recommendation come out, to finalize and champion the recommendations overall. Did I capture everything? Jessica's nodding. Ian's nodding. Aaron, Matt, thank you. Brett, thank you. Stephanie, thank you. Okay. I'm going to say, based off of that, can I get a 1, 2, or 3 as to our comfort level? So 1, absolutely not. 2, it's okay. I'm not going to stop the group on this. And 3, sounds great. Wait, do it 1 at a time. I can't do it all at once. It really confuses me. Anybody who's a 1, let me know. Okay, I do not see any 1s. 2s. And Chuck, you're going to have to tell me what you are. 3s. Aaron, Matt, Heath, Ian, Brett, Ray, Stephanie, Stacy, Scott. Scott is a 3. Okay.
I'll be a 3, Kimberly.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that will be that. We will send out the notes. That's how we'll move forward with the decision-making process overall. And then we will, of course, have time to look over, make sure I've gotten everything correct and accurate in the summary when I send it out. So we have finished. Oh, yes, Race.
Just one thought, I know we're trying to set up hard rules to follow. What's going to happen if we come along here and say, hey, we want more comment on one issue? Do we need to kind of just acknowledge that we might need flexibility somewhere here to just really help us get to a vote? And let's, hey, let's open this up a little bit. Like I said, I think in any management kind of situation, flexibility is sometimes what makes the difference in being successful and not. And, I just thought we might kind of keep in the back of our head. I don't want to slow us down here, but.
I appreciate your thoughts on that. Let me pull this up really fast. Would step 5, review and discuss feedback, be sufficient for that? Would that allow you to review, discuss, and if anything else needs to happen before that second motion, that might capture that?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. I just kind of want to have that thought in our mind that we may be making a hard decision. Like Chuck said, I think ultimately we're going to need to agree on this and move forward on this, but to help us make that final vote. And, if we're the one nay on a decision, we may need a little bit of flexibility to help us get to that final decision. And let's give ourselves a little room there.
I will jot that down too, Ray. So I will make sure that's in our notes that when we get to that space to acknowledge that we do need to consider having a little bit of flexibility. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute break. Actually, it's 6 minutes, so it's right at the 10. So take 6 minutes to rest your eyes, step away, and then we will jump into the heart of the meeting as well. So take about 6 minutes.
Kimberly, this is Brent. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I have a really stupid technological question, but last week when we had our first meeting, we had that nice reactions link so you could give a quick thumbs up so people could see what you agree with. I can't find my reactions link to save my life this morning in my.
You don't have one. So yes. We have a slightly different setup today. So we don't have chat function, and we don't have, from my understanding, we do not have the reactions function.
Oh yeah, I don't see it. Okay,
So
thanks. I won't look for it then.
Yeah.
So the reason being, Brent, is the reason being is that this is set up as a webinar, and the last one was just a meeting, but we have to have it set up as a webinar so we could have public comment. So
okay,
you guys are considered panelists, and we just don't have that same functionality.
All right, thanks.
Just testing your technological abilities here. And did somebody else say something while we were there?
I did. I was going to ask, but if it could be something we got in the future, but Deb answered that question. So no.
So we will adopt as necessary. It is 11 after, so if we can come back, if you could either turn your camera on or I guess raise your hand, lower your hand, whichever. Okay, thank you, Chuck. And Race and Chuck, you both have your hands up just so that you know. And the Scots are still there. Stephanie's there, perfect. So yeah, it makes it a lot easier with reactions because they've disappeared too. Now you guys have to remember to put them down. With the Scots and Stacy, Stephanie already showed. Okay, what we'll do, thank you, Scott, for coming back. So I just knew. What we'll do is I'll start a slow start into our next portion overall, and we will get ready.
Could I interrupt a minute? I have a question.
Yes, by all means. Oh, you really did have a question. I'm sorry. Yes, you have your hand up.
So what if we get a comment, which I did recently, that you wonder if it's even legal? Can we reach out to or FWP attorney, or how would we do that? Would I talk to Deb and she pass it on, or what? What goes
so yeah,
on?
Chuck, you weren't on this morning yet when we talked about, I'll be your point of contact for anything you need. So we're asking you guys not to reach out to our staff because they get hit with lots of requests all the time. So I'll be your single point of contact if you need anything, like if you need anything from Lindsay and things like that, just always go through me as a group. So if you have any specific concerns like that, I would just say, talk to me about it, like the legality, and I'll get an answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Others, the Scott Van Dyke.
So like if you get, I'm not sure, just to clarify, if you get somebody that's emailing you or calling you or something like that, and they're using rude, profane, and abusive language and threatening language, you just need to call your local jurisdiction, which whatever you're in, and let the deputy sheriff or a city police officer handle it, because that's called violation of privacy and communications. If that's what you're referring to, like because somebody's going to probably get angry at us, I'm assuming, over the decisions we make, but that you can just handle in your local jurisdiction.
Is that what was happening, Chuck?
I think he was.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't that at all, but it was a process by which this person thought might be an answer, and I'm thinking, I don't even know if that's legal. So I'll circle back with you on that, Deb.
But if somebody does get angry with somebody, they can handle it. And if anybody has any questions, you can ask me and I'll be happy to.
We'll direct folks to Scott for those kinds of questions. Heath, I think you had your hand up, but I'm one last question before we move forward. So Heath, you're done. No, okay.
I'm good.
Okay. So let's get started again here. So this is just a quick recap of the process overall. And where I want you guys to know is we are right now at clarifying the decision context, okay? So this is really understanding the foundation of what we're doing. We were trying to build our house, but we need to make sure that we have a strong understanding as to what we're doing here, okay? So our first step is really clarifying that decision context. Next will be articulating what's important to us, what are those values, and then after that will be mapping the process, and that will give us the whole decision context overall. So that will be our first three big chunks that we do in this one section overall. I will highlight that in articulating the values, we did want to engage the sounding committee or sounding board at that point in time. So this is where we are just in the overall process. I just wanted to emphasize where we are and where we're gonna go, okay? So first, we have to understand what decision we're making. Now to do that, we're going to recap real quick on the purpose overall. So the purpose that was provided by FWP, can I get someone to quickly read it out loud off mute? Anyone other than me?
The purpose of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group is to forge new relationships among stakeholders and collaboratively develop new and creative ideas and recommendations for issues surrounding elk management in Montana to balance hunter and landowner interest.
Thank you so much, Chuck. So we had a conversation and a discussion about this statement last time, okay? And so those bottom green sticky notes that might be a little bit harder for you guys to see, I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see. Those bottom sticky notes were the comments and discussion points that we really had. So we were talking about what are the issues? We need to think about different perceptions, wanting our recommendations to be applicable, recognizing Montana's big, there are a lot of different issues. There might be a need for a geographical focus and really thinking about not just forging new relationships, but maintaining current relationships with that respect and courtesy. So thinking about those are the ways that we were interpreting and thinking about the statement overall. And I had a conversation with FWP, presented this information. They said, yeah, that makes sense. So these are things, these are ways that we can sort of move forward with this decision statement. The area that we really need to focus in on are what are the issues? What issues are we addressing here? What are the recommendations we're trying to figure out overall? I'm going to pause here. Deb, is there anything that you need to add in this space here at all?
No, I don't think so. I think that's good. This is what we are asking of this group. So I think last time we met, you guys all thought that was clear. But I don't have anything else to add unless there's a question.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure if there was anything else that you needed to add. But circling back to that idea, today we're really going to talk about what those issues are, because that was a point of conversation. So I love showing this as an example. We've all seen it before. It's the 6 blindfolded men, and they're trying to figure out what an elephant is overall. And this is kind of how we deal with problems in particular, right? We all see a situation through our own lens. We may be experiencing the same thing, but we're all kind of like blindfolded there, right? So we see, okay, well, this is smooth, this is pointy, it must be a spear. And then the other person is like, oh, well, this is round, it's rough, it must be a tree trunk, right? So we see each piece of a problem overall, but we don't always see the whole picture because each of us has our own little space that we're working in. We have our own experiences, our own knowledge, and our own expertise. And it's only by working together that we're able to see the big picture. We're able to see what the elephant is overall. There's no way that one individual could identify and solve the problem overall because they don't have the knowledge and experience of all of the folks in the space, right? And so what it really comes down to is to create a holistic and collaborative solution. We need to see what all of the pieces really are. And that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to see what all of the different pieces are. And what that allows us to do is create a holistic solution. And the second thing that it allows us to do is sometimes we'll be talking about the problem. And this is why we spend a lot of time figuring out what the issues are, what our actual decision is that we're making, is that we'll be talking about different things, but we think we're talking about the same thing. So we have to get out everything that could possibly, that's on our mind that we're thinking the issues are, so we can be very clear and explicit about what we're talking about. Sometimes we talk right past each other, right? So this allows for a holistic picture, holistic solutions that are collaborative, seeing multiple pieces, and it allows us to make sure that we're talking about the same thing at the same time. Saying that, when we're talking about the issues here with elk management, we're not talking about everything possible, right? We have something very specific that we're charged with. And so let's talk a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about how we're going to move forward, okay? There are some things that we have to take into consideration with this process overall, right? So for example, timing. We have to have a recommendation by July 31st. The decision authority, that's, you guys have the ability to make a recommendation. So you have the ability to make a recommendation, but it must be something that FWP has some level of authority over. So it can't be outside of the scope of what FWP can do, okay? So the actions that you can take in particular are develop collaboratively those new ideas and the forging the new relationships. And the goals and objectives, this is the heart of what we're talking about today, is really talking about the balancing the hunter and landowner interests. There may be other folks involved in the process, but really focusing in on the hunter and landowner issues, right? Chuck, I see you, just give me 1 second. And the other goal or objective is really those issues surrounding elk management. Again, the heart of what we're talking about today. Chuck, go ahead.
So when you speak of it can't be outside the scope that FWP has authority to do, what if we think about some legislation that could be helpful in solving this problem? FWP can't do it, but going through the legislature, it could be done, and it maybe could solve the problem.
Yeah, Chuck, you're absolutely right. But the legislature would grant us the authority to do that. So I think that is that's captured in what Kimberly said. We just need to be able to have that authority, whether the legislature has to grant us new authority or it's already existing.
Does that help, Chuck? Okay. So making sure that we're within scope. So again, the authority of FWP, making sure we're talking about Montana, because that's the state we're in. Elk hunters, landowners, those are our primary areas that we're going to talk about. There may be other things that come up, but this is really the balance that we're talking about. The additional notes that I want you guys to take into consideration is in this process, we may not have perfect information all the time, okay? So we may be operating in a situation where we don't have all of the information. It may be in the process of being developed. And so we may not have the perfect information at the time. We will have to address that and move forward effectively. I didn't tweak this last sticky to be somewhat clear, but really understanding that there are actions in other areas that might influence us and we might influence other folks. What that really means is that there are programs that are going on currently, there are activities that are going on currently that are outside this group here that we may or may not have cross-pollination with at some point in time. It's just something to keep in mind that we have to acknowledge and what that looks like overall. In short, what it means is we want to make sure that we're moving even those additional groups or actions that are occurring outside of our space, that we're not contradicting them. We're all moving everything forward effectively. So just making sure that we have that communication and coordination as necessary. It's just something to keep in mind. Are there any questions here on this? Okay. I'm gonna say that was a shaking your head no, Scott, and I'm going with it. Okay. If there are, please, of course, interrupt. But those are the areas, the bounds that we need to think about when we're thinking about the problem overall or what we're trying to deal with. This is the question we're going to tackle today. Recognizing those are the bounds that we have. This is the key question that we're going to tackle today. So what issues do we want our recommendations to address to balance hunter and landowner interests for elk management? That's the big question that we have, and we're going to go through a conversation to understand. Any questions on the question? Okay. Well, you'll see it again. So how we're going to do this. First, we're going to have a bit of discussion with public comment. So as Deb mentioned, I presented that exact same question to be posted. Folks who signed up may talk about the question, may not, but we did post the question in hopes that they would respond to that question in particular so that you would have additional insights on what we think the issues really are. Then we're going to listen to FWP. They're going to give us a quick overview of what's going on, right? That conversation and discussion isn't for FWP to tell us what's going on or for us to truth test our own thoughts, but it's just to give us information so that we're all working on the same basis of knowledge. And then the next step is we're going to work together to define what these key issues are. So that's our process overall. First, reflect on what the public says, listen to a presentation from FWP on the lay of the land, and then the last one is to define the decision context for us in particular with that question. Are we ready? Are we excited? Any questions, comments? Either frozen solid or no questions. So let's first start off. I'll stop sharing. I'll turn to Deb if you're ready. I'm going to give a little bit. Okay, perfect. So we're going to turn it over to Deb in order to get this portion kicked off. My request is really listen to what you hear from folks so that when we have that discussion at the end, we can pull out key themes, things that we thought were important that we heard from the public in particular. We do want to capture their insights that they've provided, and we'll do the same with FWP, the presentation that's provided from them, in order to shape our decision context. So please do listen, take notes, and be prepared to discuss afterwards. Deb, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Kimberly. So we had 17 members of the public sign up online to provide comments and hopefully answer that question that Kimberly posed as well, but to also just provide comments. Only 6 look like they're in attendance out of the 17. So I'm going to give everybody, 3 minutes to provide comments and just engage with you guys and so you guys could hear what they're thinking. So Lindsay and Jasmine are going to be helping me with this. So we'll provide the public 3 minutes each. And I would ask when you speak to state your name, where you're from, if you're representing a group, and also if you are on the sounding board. So the members here can know that. So Lindsay or Jasmine, I'll have you guys take this now.
Perfect. So I'm just going to proceed down the list here. We do have a caller that is in just on a phone number. So the first registrant is Thomas Baumeister, and I might mispronounce that. Do we have Thomas Baumeister available? Okay. Next participant is Ed Beal. Go ahead and raise your hand there, Ed Beal. Ed, you have been, oh, perfect, thank you. Ed, you have been unmuted, so you can go ahead and either unmute yourself there.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Ed Beal. Just wanted to thank you guys for your volunteer work. It's a big job. I am the chairman of the PLTW Council, so Private Lands Public Wildlife, and have been on that council for a number of years. I just wanted to give you a lot of encouragement, some of the discussions you've had already this morning and formulating how you're going to operate. And one of the things I wanted to say is about public comment. As you're out there, you're definitely going to hear a lot of things, and it's great because that's going to give you an opportunity to really gauge what's going on out there. And I would just encourage you to take that input in and thank folks for their interest and involvement, and then weigh it with what you already know and what you're doing and how it might impact. But what you're thinking and how you need to think about the decisions you're going to make. It's not hard to do. It seems kind of daunting sometimes, or maybe in the beginning, but really it isn't. As you all said, you're citizens. I'm a citizen on a council, and it's a great opportunity to provide your experience. You've all been selected to represent a broad interest in the state, and your involvement is what matters. So I just encourage you in that to accept that input and weigh it for what you know and what you're doing. And when you can correct misinformation, I think that's a good time to comment. For example, the example that was brought up about who appointed you, that's just a simple fact. And so it's easy to set that record straight and say, this is how that worked, when you know that's what the truth is. Other than that, just bring it to your group and weigh it in what you do. Clearly, the elk management plan is what we've heard a lot about in the last few months and last few years about what needs to be redecided in the state of Montana and how to go forward, because the department has to manage to objectives, and that system is fairly old, that plan. And as Druska mentioned, there's a lot of new issues that are old, but maybe have changed over time and bear much more weight on what you need to decide. So, very big deal. You're going to drink from the fire hose, and then you're going to get it done, and you're going to have a good time doing it. You're going to learn a lot and have some great new connections and relationships. So I just encourage you in that. One thought I want to throw your way is the types of hunts we have in Montana to manage elk. And I think hunters need to be aware of it. You know, they are the management tool and opportunity that the department uses. And in my mind, there's two kinds of hunts. There's the opportunity that we have to go out and enjoy and recreate and hunt, have a great experience.
Your time is up at the 3 minutes there.
Okay. I just want to hit the last one, was just opportunity hunt and harvest hunt. Think about harvest hunts in managing over objectives. So thanks a lot. Good work ahead.
Perfect, thank you, Ed. Next person on the list is Chris Berger. Is Chris Berger available? Okay. We have Rich Budd. Is Rich Budd available? We have, bear with me on the last name, Vince Colchi. Vince Colchi, are you on? We have Mr. Mark Cook. Mr. Mark Cook. Okay, I see your hand there. You have been unmuted. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you're available to talk there.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Cook. I live in the Bitterroot Valley, and I represent Wolves of the Rockies. And I don't want people to think there's hard feelings, but we did apply for this committee, and or this group. And when we did, it was to represent the non-consumptive public and to give large carnivores a voice. But clearly we weren't selected. But I want to personally thank each of you for your commitment to this. I see that the livestock community is well represented. Outfitters, hunters, you're all on here, but the non-consumptive public is not on here. Clearly, this is done by design by the senior leadership at Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I hope to correspond with each of you to give you our position and hope that you will take it into account. I just will say that and this has nothing to do with each of you. I'm very grateful for your commitment to the process. But clearly the senior leadership doesn't want to hear from the non-consumptive, the wildlife-loving public. And that saddens me. But I will count on you to make the right decision for elk management in Montana. Please, I emphasize, please, give carnivores a voice. You know, they're not the devil. They're not the Messiah. What they are is they're just an animal trying to coexist with us on the landscape. And the senior leadership at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks doesn't want to hear what we have to say. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mark Cook there. Next on the list, we have Bree Denham. Is Bree Denham available? Okay. Next on the list, we have Jim Haggerty. Jim, I see your hand. And slide. Sorry, just a quick. All right, Jim, I need to promote you to panelist for you to be able to speak. So just a moment, I'm going to do that. Okay, Jim, are you able to unmute yourself there at all? Looks like you're unmuted and connecting to audio. Can you hear us, Jim, at all?
We'll have to go back to him, Lindsay.
Okay, sounds good. I can do that. So Jim, I'm gonna we'll put you on hold really quick, but we'll be back with you here. All right, so the next person on the list is Coulter Heckman. Is Coulter Heckman available? Okay, I do see your hand and I have unmuted you, so go ahead and unmute yourself and you should be able to speak there, sir.
Hi, yes, my name is Coulter Heckman. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, thanks everybody for having the passion to be on this committee and doing what you do. There's going to be a lot of work for all of you, so I hope you all do a great job. I just want to let you know that I'm a wilderness outfitter in Montana, and I will continue to listen in and be a part of these meetings and discussions, and hopefully be able to offer some professional input and advice if needed or wanted whenever need be. So I hope everybody can do a great job. And I thank you for taking the time out of your lives to tackle some very tough issues. And I hope I can be of assistance when I can. So thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you, Coulter. Next on the list, we have Aaron Hedges. Is Aaron Hedges available? And then Shane Clacken. Is Shane Clacken available? David Lamb. Is David Lamb available? Okay, see David there. David, I have unmuted. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you for having me today. And I appreciate the time that you all are giving. I am hoping to offer some input as a non-resident. My name, again, David Lamb in Orlando, Florida. I've been hunting in the Madison Valley for 30 plus years. I've been an owner of property for almost 20 years now. Many years I hunt by myself, and with an outfitter. One of the impediments to successful management, elk management, in that alone, is the process for licensing. If you're with an outfitter, as you know, there used to be outfitter sponsored. It went away. The lottery system right now is, I've struggled to even get a permit to hunt on my own property for the last 3 or 4 years. The outfitter preference gave us preference points. Now there's these by preference points. My point is this, is that many of the outfitters can't rely on clients because they don't know that they can lease private lands until their outfitters their clients are successful. Many of us who have 800 head of elk that walk through my property during the season is I can't even hunt it because I can't get a license because we have a 25% chance on getting a license. And I like to have my neighbors who are citizens of Montana, as well as working with the ranchers, to let them hunt cow elk. So my point is this: if I'm unsuccessful in a lottery, why can't I elect to have a cow tag as an option before they send my money back? Right now, I can't even buy a license where I get my fishing license, because if I'm not successful in the lottery, I have to go back in and buy a fishing license. And because most outfitters have an operating plan, they can't decide to use my property or somebody's property. And so it's very hard for them to rely upon. So my basic point is that many of the issues you're facing have non-resident large ranch owners. I get it. And I know how sensitive that is to the citizens of Montana. And I love and respect that. My point is that many of them can't even get licenses to hunt their large ranches. I think there should be an incentive created that a private landowner who may be a non-resident, as long as they contribute to the residents' ability to hunt, should get a preference. And whether that is at least to get cow tags or at least to get some sort of incentive to be able to be licensed so that they can then invite also other people in the neighborhood. And that's my main point. As a non-resident perspective, I think it's important to see the complexity of the process and the system that is just not just residents, but also non-residents and ranchers.
Thank you, David. We have one more individual that just is a call-in phone number. I have unmuted that one. If you could dial *9, participating by phone, that should unmute you there. A 406, last digits 226.
I guess one more time, the person on the phone, last 3 digits, 226. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Can you
Do you
please
hear me
state your
now?
name? Yes, we could hear you. Yep.
Okay. I'm Jim Haggerty, and from Belt, Montana. Live up in the Little Belt Mountains here. And interesting points there by the prior attendees here, or participants, and I do have some comments on those, but I'm going to avoid that. But anyways, my issue is not issues, but concerns are grazing, and I am a cattle producer, but grazing rights and hunting rights. And last year, especially with the drought, hunting on public lands and that had been grazed either legally or illegally, and not a drop of grass on there, but over the fence on the private lands, grass aplenty for the elk and cows. So no elk on the public lands, but elk on the private lands, and not being able to access that private lands simply because there's no trespassing. I don't know if this is the right platform for this or not, but I think the grazing right should be amended to allow public hunting on private lands that are using public lands for grazing. So that's one concern I have. And I want to thank everybody that's working on this committee. And I'm glad to see Brent Race is on there. He's an extremely talented individual. But anyways, I'll be listening to all the meetings, and hopefully I can have some input. But thanks a lot for your time.
I think that is it for the public comment. Is that right, Lindsay?
That is correct for the participants that have called in.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn it back to you, Kimberly.
Perfect. So just a quick, oh, yes, Race.
You know, I just might make one comment for David from Florida was talking about his frustrations. He might, if you're still listening, David, you might listen or look up the landowners portion of FWP's website for their landowner programs. There is a new program that will allow you, if you give access to local resident hunters, will give you a tag. But I think there's an application deadline of May 15th. So you might look into that. That might help you in your situation.
Thank you, Race. So we're going to talk a little. Oh, Stephanie, do you have a question, comment?
Yep, quick thing. I don't know if maybe when we open it up to public comment, we could encourage the folks on to say whether or not they're on the panel or the sounding board. It might just be helpful for us to know in the future which folks we're interacting with on that soundboard.
Yeah, I did ask. I don't know that anybody said that they were or weren't, but I think most of them are. I'm looking that up right now for you guys.
Thanks, Deb. And Druska?
So I had a question during the time between the first meeting and this about, you know, who the stakeholders were in this group or in what we were trying to do. And the purpose statement made it very clear that we're supposed to identify issues between landowners and hunters. And, you know, the non-consumptive users, I know they want a voice, but our charge isn't even to deal with that portion. It's landowners and hunters. And that statement that I just made, is that correct?
Yeah, that's the purpose. You know, we do engage non-consumptive users on appropriate topics that we need input on. And this one really isn't. I mean, the answer is hunting on this one, you know, and access. And those are the issues that you guys are asked to address in that purpose statement. So you're correct, Druska.
Thank you.
I was smiling because Druska's really circling us back to our overall idea of sort of taking the information that we received and thinking about how that fits into our space of the discussion that we're going to have. So if you can, we've got a couple minutes, but we're going to jot down your thoughts or comments that you've had for what you've heard thus far. We'll listen to what a presentation from FWP, same sort of setup, and then we'll circle back and have that conversation and a facilitated discussion on what our decision context is. So Druska's right there already. She's piecing pieces together so beautifully. Thank you. We'll do the exact same thing with the FWP presentation overall. I do want to preface that the presentation here is really just to lay down information overall so that we have that common basis of what's going on. I know that folks have different knowledge from different regions, so this is supposed to provide just a general overview of the situations that are occurring in Montana overall for hunting and elk and the issues that they are that are being addressed in regards to our scope and purpose in particular. Saying that, I do want to just also put in the additional bounds and guidelines that we are not here going to go back and forth and try to clarifying questions are a good way to go. Hold the trying to figure out what the issues are till when we talk together about the decision context, not necessarily right after the presentation from FWP. We'll pull in so that we're able to see all of the pieces together. So clarifying questions on what is presented, perfectly great way to go. Try to limit your defining the problem in those questions or asking specifically FWP what the issues are, because we'll work on that together. So hold tight, listen to the presentation, absorb the content, and then if there are any clarifying questions, we'll go from there. Deb, should I turn it over to you to introduce Lindsay? Or...
Sure. So I want to make sure she's still on here. Yes, she is. Okay, great. So Lindsay Parsons, some of you guys might know her. She's the coordinator of the revising the elk management plan. And so you guys had asked for basically a state of elk in Montana, and she's going to give you a presentation at a very high level Just an overview on where we are, but can answer some questions at the end of her presentation if you have any. So Lindsay, are you ready? And can you screen share? I want to make
Yes.
sure.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Let's get my screen up here. Okay. Give me one sec. Okay, do you see just the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks for the intro, Deb. Like she said, I am the Deer and Elk Coordinator for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. This should be a relatively quick presentation. I'm going to start by talking about how we assess elk populations in Montana, and we do that by population surveys. These are conducted aerially, so either in an airplane or a helicopter. And these are attempted to be complete coverage surveys. And so the point is to cover the entire range where elk are expected to be. And so this little map that you'll see down here is actually a track log of a flight, just to give you an example of circling around this district. The blue is everywhere where the aircraft went. All these red dots are points where elk were observed. And then, of course, with each one of those points, how many elk were there, how many cows, bulls, calves, etc. And so the point is to measure all visible elk in that area so we can assess the trends over time. And in most hunting districts, these are conducted either every year or every other year. A majority of them are done in the winter, but there is a few that are done during this time of the year when it's spring green up, or even a couple done in the summertime. So what we've seen, this is about the last 12 years of how many elk we've actually counted in Montana. And so you'll see populations do seem to be increasing. 2021 is the highest count we've had on record, just barely beating 2017 here. And so in 2021, so last year's counts, we counted a total of 141,785 elk in the state. And so if we break this down and look at elk counts by region, you'll see region 3 is this yellow line up here. And that region 3 is in the southwest corner of the state. I don't know, my map here is pretty small, but region 3 has historically had the highest numbers of elk both counted and harvested over time. One shift that we've seen here is between regions 2 and 4. You'll see they're relatively similar over the last decade. And that's both West Central and Central Montana. Region 4 has been second highest in the number of elk counted in the last 10 plus years. But before that, it used to be region 2. So we are seeing increasing numbers there in region 4. And then region 5 is just sort of in the middle here. Lastly, these 3 down here are fairly low, and that's the northwest corner of Montana. So region 1, and then regions 6 and 7. And they have typically less than 4,000 elk counted in each annually. And we can talk about difficulties in counting as well, but we can talk about that in a minute. So if we look at this more spatially, this is elk density. So the number of elk counted by per 100 square miles. And we see this map here is showing 2010. Again, we see darker colors here in southwestern Montana. Darker colors represent higher densities. And then if we look at the change between 2010 and the next figure I'm going to show you is 2021's density, we see we still have higher elk densities here in southwest Montana. We do start to see some darker spots popping up there in central Montana. So if you want to compare one more time, this is 2010. And then that's 2021. So we are seeing a little bit of shift in that elk distribution and elk density into central Montana over the last decade or so. Next, if we look at harvest. So harvest is a metric that currently we assess via our telephone surveys, that those people that call you and ask where you hunted, how many days you hunted, did you harvest anything? That's how we're currently assessing harvest. We do not have our 2021 harvest estimates done yet. So we don't start making those phone calls until after the shoulder seasons have completed, and that's February 15th. And so it takes a little bit of time to get those calls completed and then summarize and analyze that data once it's in. But we do have information that dates all the way back to 1946. This was collected from a book called Game Management in Montana, but starting in 1963, we have our own harvest estimates. And so a few of just sort of high level highlights. I'm going to go through time here, sort of major events in elk regulation, if you will. So way back in the day when we first start this time series, the hunting fees increased from $1 to $2. In 1958, hunting districts were established. 64, we started selling deer and elk tags separately. Here in the 70s, this is when we stopped trapping and transplanting elk across the state. So earlier in the 19th century, that was a big thing that Montana did, was trap and transplant elk to try and boost those populations. But we stopped doing that altogether in the 70s. Montana's first elk management plan was adopted in 1978. There's a couple of bull regulations here. So previous to the 1980s, any antlered bull was allowed. And so in the 80s, FWP started toying with branch antlered bull regulations. And then that sort of transformed into brow tine bull regulations. And these are only in portions of the state, of course. 1992, there was a new elk management plan that was adopted. In 2004, that's when those B licenses or second elk opportunities became legal through legislation and were offered that year. 2005, this is when the elk management plan that we currently operate under was adopted. We changed our opening day for rifle season to a Saturday here in 2010. 2015 and 16 is when we started using shoulder season. So 2015 was a limited basis, just a few hunting districts. 2016 was a little bit more widespread. And then in 2020, that was the first year that a third elk opportunity was allowed, and that was passed through legislation. So if we look at this graph here too, of course, yellow is antlerless harvest, gray is antlered harvest, orange is total harvest. And we do see some years where antlerless harvest has exceeded antlered harvest, and that goes back and forth through time there. So if we look at this, the number of elk harvested in the state and sort of the distribution of that harvest, not surprising, we see higher harvest densities where we saw higher elk densities. And this is just for 2020. If we break this down between antlered and antlerless, we see similar patterns. So this is the antlered harvest in 2020, antlered harvest density, that is. And then similar for antlerless harvest. And so you'll see some subtle differences in between antlered and antlerless harvest. And those could be attributed to the distributions of those different sexes during the season. It could be attributed to different regulations for each one of those sexes, or access differences between those two sexes. So generally, we do see higher harvest of both of them in the southwest portion of the state, though. Okay, so that was just an overview of elk counts and elk harvest. I'm just going to briefly touch on elk population objectives, because this is what we refer to a lot when we're talking about elk counts. And so elk population objectives were first adopted with the 2005 plan. And what those basically laid out was how many elk do we want in each district, plus or minus about 20%. Those were developed using long-term counts where they were available, and then just public discussions with landowners, sports persons, land managers, general public. And so these can be updated via the commission process annually, but since 2005, only about 16% of those have changed from the adoption of that original plan. And so this graph here shows the darker numbers are areas where those objectives are higher, and we actually want more elk as compared to these other lighter colored areas or completely blank areas. And so those blank areas, are blank for different reasons. So some of them, we don't count elk, and we have sort of a low tolerance for elk there. They're primarily egg lands. And so we don't have an objective there because we just have liberal regulations to begin with, and we don't have surveys set up for there. A few other areas, for example, some of these areas in Northwest Montana are just difficult to survey due to the canopy cover. So we can't set an objective that we can assess for the populations in those areas. And then some other areas, if we look down here in Southwest Montana, those are just areas that we generally don't have elk summering or wintering in. They're more summer range, and so we can't count them via our traditional surveys. So now if we look back at the elk count, this is the same graph I showed you in the beginning of the presentation, but if we look at it relative to our current objective, you'll see we are well above that objective statewide. We're about 53% above, to be exact. But if we take a look through time, and we're going to start back here at 2010 and sort of show you those maps that I showed you earlier spatially. 2010, we were actually within objective range if we compared it a statewide look. But one thing I want to caution you about looking only at a statewide scale is that even though we can be at objective, half of the districts could be below objective and half of the districts could be above objective. And when you lump them together, it shows everything's good, when in reality, potentially none of them could be good. So this is a look, and I hope these animations come through okay, but this is starting in 2010 when as a state we were at objective. These warmer colors, so the oranges, the reds, that means you're higher above objective. Sort of these green colors mean you're at objective, and then the cooler colors are below objective. And this scale is relative to numbers above or below, or if you're within objective range. And so this is just going to flash through time starting from 2010. And a few things just to pay attention to is how these warm colors have shifted over time. Okay, so you can sort of see how those have changed over time. Again, those are relative to social or biological objectives that were set in that 2005 plan. Oftentimes we look at these maps and it looks like maybe there's a whole bunch of elk over here in eastern Montana, and there is, but they're higher to their objective, relatively speaking, because again, we looked at those maps earlier where we see higher elk densities in western Montana. And so with that, I will point out that all of this data that I've presented today is available on our webpage. It's at this link, but also if you go to our homepage and go on the conservation tab and then look under wildlife management, you can find elk, and it actually has FWP produced maps and charts of elk counts by district. And so I think that might be helpful for those of you who want to look at a sort of finer scale than the statewide look that I just provided. All of that is available online. So I can try and answer any sort of technical questions you might have, or I'm sure Deb can as well. So.
Thank you, Lindsay, for presenting. Looks like Ian has a question, so we're really going to focus on any clarifying questions here, or questions to understand a little bit about those issues surrounding elk management with that perception of balancing hunter and landowner interest in particular. So we'll go with Ian, I think Chuck, and then Heath.
Lindsay, when you guys do your elk counts, I'm sure, there's, migration trends that are a little bit hard to, where elk summer versus where elk are when you count them. But how much, because a lot of the issues surrounding, this group is the private land elk aspect. I haven't seen much on FWP's website where we, I guess, differentiate between private versus public elk in those counts. Do you have some better information that you could provide to this group on public versus private land elk?
So Ian, that's a really great question. And it's one that we hear a lot. And so if you remember back to that map I showed with all the blue squiggly lines and the red dots of where we've observed elk, that's 1 day in time. And so for that 1 day in time, typically in the middle of winter, we could quantify elk that were on public land versus private land. After that 1 day in time, it's really difficult to know where those elk are spending the other 364 days of the year. We do have some information that's been gathered from our GPS radio collared studies, where we can look at those individuals that are radio collared and where they spend their time, public versus private. But on a statewide scale, we do not have information where we can quantify how much time elk are spending on public versus private land. Like I said, we sort of have these snapshots in space and time where we could quantify it, but large scale, it's really difficult, especially during hunting season when a lot of people want to know that distribution. We don't fly those surveys during hunting season. And so it's really difficult for us to quantify it during that time period, but also most of the rest of the year as well.
Thank you, Lindsay. Chuck, Heath, and then Matt.
Thanks for coming on, Lindsay. I have a question on your population surveys. So some of the data I picked up some time ago, the population numbers were quite a bit higher. And as I understand, at one point in time, FWP took the surveys, counted in, added 20%. Is that right? And then to follow up on that, why did you quit that? Do you think that you're seeing all of the elk now, or could you just comment on that whole deal a little bit?
Yeah, Chuck, I'm glad you brought that up. So Chuck is right. On some of our previous counts that you will find online, it has the number of elk counted, and then I think it's called estimated number of elk, and it's that inflation calculated of 20% to account for citability. And part of the reason I think we stopped doing that is we know citability is not 80% in every single district, so that inflation probably isn't correct everywhere. It varies. So studies that have been done in the state vary between about 19% and 90% of how many elk are actually observed in each of those districts. So a blanket statement of 80% probably isn't accurate. And I think the main reason why we stopped reporting it that way is because we know there's more elk out there that we're not counting, but these objectives are based on the number of elk counted, and that's how they were set back in 2005, was how many elk do we want to count in this district. And so we do assume that we miss the same proportion of elk every year. So in other words, in this one hunting district, I might only see 70% of the elk. But as long as I consistently see 70% of the elk, then whatever that population trend is doing is still considered reliable, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Lindsay. Heath, then Matt.
Thanks, Lindsay. Just a couple questions. What units are surveyed in the summer? You said there was a couple that were surveyed in the summer. And then what percentage of hunters are surveyed when you guys do your harvest service?
They're both good questions. So the ones that are surveyed in the summer, I believe, are somewhere over there in the Big Hole Valley, but I would have to double check. And I think those are just those migratory elk. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I seem to remember. And it's only like a district or two. Like I said, a majority of them are not surveyed in the summer. The proportion of hunters, I can look it up. I can get that information for you. The people who we have who are in charge of harvest survey work for the department. They're biometricians by trade. And so they make sure they have adequate sample sizes to where they can estimate confidently those harvests, and then also estimate confidence intervals around them. So I can get that information and give it to Deb to provide to you here by the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Lindsay. Matt?
Yeah, I guess part of my question got answered there with Chuck about if there's an algorithm used, but it sounds like you're just using what you actually count. So with that, do they use like a standard? Is there a set date and a set time and a set, so if you're going to do a certain unit, do you always do it on the same date and fly it in the same pattern? I mean, I know there's going to be a large difference if you're flying on a hot day and you start at daylight, come noon on a hot day, you're probably not going to be counting all those as many elk. And then also, do you use the same aircraft? I mean, a fixed wing versus a helicopter, you're going to be substantially different counts.
So they do attempt to fly those under the same conditions every year. So in other words, if you're flying winter surveys, you want to fly with complete snow coverage on a cold morning. That doesn't always work out, and that's just based on pilot availability and weather. Dates, I would say that depends. Some people do try and fly on the same date, the first week in January, say, every year. Other ones base it on conditions. So I want to fly when there is those perfect conditions, whether it's late January or early January. So it depends. And all of those things, you're exactly right, play into sightability of elk. So it depends on the vegetation type that's on the ground. So are they in sagebrush? Are they in trees? The amount of canopy cover, the group sizes have an effect, the elk activity. So in other words, if they're bedded or feeding, all of those things play into how many elk we observe. And we try and make those as standard as possible so that we don't have that variation in what we're actually seeing. But of course, we know it's not perfect year to year either.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And sorry, one more thing. As far as aircraft goes, we have been trying to be consistent in whatever one of those is being flown. So in Eastern Montana or relatively flatter terrain, they can fly in fixed wings more easily and more consistently than out here where it's a little bit steeper in Western Montana. It's not like they flip back and forth between airplane and helicopter year to year. There has been some surveys that used to be flown in an airplane that have been transitioning to helicopters now that we have more helicopter availability. But like I said, it's not going back and forth between the two.
Thanks for that clarification, Lindsay. So it looks like Stephanie and then Chuck.
Mine is just real quick. I was wondering if this report is something that, Lindsay, you could share with us via email so we could go through it a little bit slower too.
Yeah, I can share it with Deb and she can do however she wants to distribute it.
Great, thank you so much.
Chuck? You're on mute. You're still on mute, Chuck.
So I think it was prior to 2007, we had a late cow hunt, which ran for 2 weeks. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the fact that, are you talking about down by Gardner?
No, I'm in Region 5 and we had it here, and there must be some data around there somewhere. It appeared to me that in some data I've found that we were actually bringing elk numbers down with that 2 week late cow hunt. It ran every year. I'm wondering, could you get us some, I think it'd just be interesting to see if you had some data as to what elk numbers did during that late cow hunt, what areas it was in, and what happened after that late hunt was discontinued. It might be helpful for us to see what that kind of management plan did and where numbers went afterwards.
Okay, yeah, Chuck, I'm not familiar with that right now in the data, but I can certainly look into it and try and get it for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
you, Matt, and then Stephanie.
So I'm just kind of curious, and this might be opening a can of worms, but what is the tolerance, or would the department be at all interested if there happened to be like groups that were questioning the counts, if they were willing to fund their own surveys and stuff? Is that information anything that the department would ever be interested in using, or do they want to use their own data?
So maybe we pause that question and circle back to it, because it's not exactly a clarifying question on the data itself. Maybe we could get Deb to search and do a little digging on that and just pause that one so we can get clarifying questions on the content here in particular, if that works. Does that work for you, Matt? Okay, thank you. Okay, Stephanie and then Heath.
Sorry, one more quick question. I was curious if by any chance you have any data around the early shoulder season, how many cows were harvested during that, and kind of the late shoulder season. If you have any data on that, that would be really interesting to know.
Yeah, Stephanie, we do have data on that, so I can also get that to Deb as well.
Thank you, Lindsay. Heath and then Race.
Okay. Lindsay, just a clarification. This is a conversation from a couple of years ago, looking at population numbers, kind of like Matt's talking about here. And the way it was kind of explained to me was basically the data set's good for a length of time, and we're more or less looking at the trend as opposed to the population year to year because of those variables. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we know that we're missing elk. And so we know that our counts are not the absolute abundance of elk. But yeah, as long as we meet those assumptions that we're missing the same proportion of elk year after year, then it makes it a reliable trend. So in other words, like I said earlier, if we consistently see 70% of the elk and we see that jump up, we know the population probably jumped up as well. So yeah, we look at them in terms of trend and not absolute abundance numbers. And we don't correct our counts to try and make those absolute abundance numbers based on citability or anything like that, like we once did in that statewide fashion that used to be reported.
Thanks, Lindsay. Race and then Brett.
Yeah, my question, I've seen some past data, at least in our area, that would indicate, maybe the calf count or sub-adult counts on those as well. Are those readily available? And I mean, especially in those of us that are within this DSA, might be good information to kind of see what those trends are as well and what impact. I mean, obviously our areas are still heavy on our population, but it'd be interesting to be able to compare that out a little bit if we could.
So Race, are you talking about like calf to cow ratios over time for those surveys?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That is data that we collect. It's not currently out on our webpage. We could try and assemble that in some sort of statewide fashion to provide to the public. So we do have that information, but it won't be on the webpage where I directed you to look at those counts at.
Okay.
Thanks, Lindsay. Brent?
Okay, Lindsay, probably more homework for you. I feel like we might still have some tools in the box that are working for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and landowners, that being the damage hunts that are very focused to individual locations. Do you have numbers of elk harvested under damage units by unit or damage hunts in specific units? This is going to tie into Stephanie's question about the early shoulder season. My thought is early shoulder season versus damage hunt, which is more effective, which affects least public hunters in stirring up those elk beforehand, rather than targeting through damage hunts the actual elk causing problems for people who want to change that elk behavior early in the summer. I'd also be interested in, this may be on your website, on bull cow ratios in some of these areas. There's been discussion that it's a cow elk problem. It's a cow elk problem. Obviously we know that the cow elk are the ones having the young, but you've got some areas statewide now where you've got 1 bull per 3 cows. 25% of those elk are actually bulls. That's a grazing impact. I think it's important we start looking at these ratios where we might be getting skewed, where there actually are so many bull elk on the landscape. And there are some locations in particular where cow elk may not winter on people, but the bull elk do. And if you have 5,000 elk in an area and 1,500 of them are bulls, that can be an impact. So I think that's something we should consider down the road as well.
Yeah, Brent, that's data that we have. We have those bull to cow ratios. We don't have them released on the webpage or anything, but it is data that we have. And then, so you're looking for the number of elk harvested via game damage hunts so that you can compare that to shoulder season harvest?
That's correct. And if you can actually area by hunt unit or hunting district, if you have the game damage hunt numbers compared to shoulder season harvest within a unit, just to get a feel for which tools are being utilized the best for actual removal of some of those elk.
Okay, I will see what I can do there with those game damage numbers. I'll see what I can get.
Thanks.
So I see Scott, and then I'm gonna wrap us up really quickly. So Scott, let's hear your question, and then we'll do a quick wrap up and a break.
I think mine will just be an easy one for you. Can you give us, out of all of the hunting districts that are over population objectives, how many of those are special draw districts versus general hunting districts?
I can get that for you by the end of the meeting. I don't have it right in front of me, but I have it assembled somewhere. So you want limited bull hunting in districts that are over objective. How many of those? Okay. Yep. I can gather that for you, and Deb can provide it by the end of your meeting here.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. And thank you for your presentation and for being here to talk with us about all of this different information. So homework for everyone here is to look at the information that is already available so that FWP can sort of say, this is already out there. So please do look at the information that is available. We'll make sure that that link is there so that you guys can access that information as well. I'm going to pause really quickly before I finish my recap because Deb is off mute, which probably means she has something she wants to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so I have a list of everything that you've asked of Lindsay, and I just wanted to remind everybody that I just want to gut check this with everybody that this is something that you all need, and maybe we'll go over this at the very end of the meeting because I want to make sure that everybody agrees this is the information that you need, and also maybe tweak it if you need something a little bit different, and then we'll get to you. So I just want, we'll go over this at the end of the meeting, my entire list, because I'm sure we'll add some things to it. And then I'll get a thumbs up or not from all of you on what you need. I know Lindsay said she could get some things for you guys by the end of the meeting, but I'm going to tell her that she doesn't need to hurry up and do that. That's only an hour and a half. So I'll get her a full list after we all decide, or after you all decide that's what you need. And I'll get her that list after the meeting's over so she can work on it later.
Deb beautifully segued into the closeout that I wanted to do before we go on break. It's an excellent point too for Lindsay. Maybe consolidate all of the information so we give you one big bulk email rather than maybe 10 to 15 different separate emails. So we'll package that information for you as well. Saying that, please do look at the website, the available information already that's out there. And what we're going to do in our next part in particular, which Deb sort of touched on, is one thing that we do when we're trying to figure out what a solution is or how do we develop these recommendations overall is we frame our problems and solutions paired together. So we'll say we need XYZ information because I see the problem and solution this way. Or a perfect example of how we pair these two together is usually saying, well, the problem really is that there's a lack of time to review the course or the lack of time. Our solution is we need more time. And when you ask yourself, well, what do I need that for? why do I need that additional time? It's like, well, we need to review the course, or we need to review the program, or whatever it may be. What we do is we ask for things and we don't always evaluate why we need it. What are we trying to see? And when we do that, we limit our options for our solutions. We're sort of defining our solution and a problem in the same space. So our next activity after our break is we're really going to think about all of the information that we've been provided as of thus far and start to try to understand what those key issues are. And then why do we need to address those key issues? What is really at the root of that issue there? So we'll talk a little bit about those key issues after we take a 5-minute break. Also, please check your emails. I did send an email this morning with a link to an Excel spreadsheet. Please make sure that you are able to access it. I am not able to put it into chat, so you should have received an email. We will be using that a little bit later in the meeting. If Excel, the Google Excel spreadsheet is not behaving for you, complicated, you're on a phone, whatever it may be, you can also verbally provide me the information and I can type it in for you, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Just make sure that you have access to it if that's the route that you want to go. And if you don't, we have 5 minutes to address that issue overall, or I could re-forward you the email. So please take about 5 minutes, then we're going to start talking a little bit about our focus, our purpose, and those key issues that we want to address. that was about 5 minutes, so folks can come back on if you can hear my voice. This Aaron's back, yes. Maybe I should give people 10 minutes. This might be a moment where they're like, we need a little bit more time, Kimberly. Okay, got folks popping back. Okay. Well, we'll do a slow start. I know it's always nice to be able to step away for at least a minute, look at something that's further away than your computer screen. All of that fun stuff. So we will have a slow start to get folks back. Okay. So to get things started, we're just going to recap where we were last time, or what we talked about a little bit earlier, so that you have the Are you able to see my screen?
Yep.
Oh my, okay. Zoom just sent me a couple things saying that they had, if I drop off, I'm not quite sure. Zoom sent me a couple of messages really quickly, so if I drop off, then that's why. So just to give you a quick recap, maybe it's my internet, cloudy weather here, no snow, but slightly cloudy. So just to give you a quick recap where we are, we're really going to start focusing in on the purpose statement and what those key issues are. So I just wanted to bring this up again, just so that we'd have it in context, right? So really thinking about the purpose of the group here, what the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group is charged with, and those factors to consider throughout, right? So really thinking about the timing, the decision authority, what specifically we're trying to achieve here with collaboratively developing those new ideas and recommendations with that goal of balancing hunter and landowner issues or interests for issues surrounding elk management, really thinking and pulling back to our specific purpose in particular. And what we're going to do is we're just going to have a quick conversation. Just going to leave this up and linger just for a little bit so that you guys can see it and make sure that it's present and forefront of your mind. And then I'm going to take it down so that we can have a group discussion and dialogue. The way that we're going to go forward with this is we're really going to start trying to understand what those key issues really are. So what are those key issues that we need to start discussing and develop recommendations for? We'll do a little bit of a reflection on the information that we've heard as of thus far from the public and from FWP, just reflecting on what that looked like. Then I want you to circle back to what you originally thought the purpose and intent of this group was, why you came, what you're interested in particular. So reflect on your own personal experiences, and then we're going to merge those two together and decide what we need to discuss in particular in this space. From there, we'll try to dive deeply into the problem itself to see what issues we're trying to solve, and then we'll circle back at the end to discuss any additional information or resources that we need to help understand the issues overall. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns before we start? Okay. So the way that I'd like to start is we're just going to have a conversation and brainstorm what we've heard, what we were looking for in particular, because the way we interpret information is how we're seeing the problem overall. So we've requested some information. So why did we look at that? Why are we hoping to find that? So we're going to dive a little bit in the conversation and discussions around that in particular. So for the folks, well, I want to say, why did you ask for the information you asked? But we're going to take it back a little bit further than that, so we can have a little bit more engagement overall. Thinking back on the presentation itself, what stood out to you in particular? Either the presentation or from public comment. Things stood out to you. So what in particular caught your attention, caught your eye, made your wheels start spinning in particular? I will hold that. Y'all asked for a lot of information, so I know that things were of interest to you. So what was standing out to you? In regards to key issues. Thank you. Stacy, then Chuck.
So
Stacy first. Stacy, then Chuck. If we're okay with that.
One of the things that she just touched on kind of in the presentation, and something I guess that I had looked at before, was the areas that don't get counted. I know I live in one of those areas, and the public versus private issue and access is very large here. And I guess I need some more information and to do some more research on why we don't get counted in this area, and if that's something in the future that's going to change, just so that that maybe the numbers that are here are included with the tags that are released for this region.
Okay. So what stood out to you is really those areas that didn't get counted and having those accurate numbers. Okay, Chuck?
So I think that we could also comment on the public comment. Is that right, Kimberly?
Yes, yes, please do.
So one of the folks mentioned that what needs to be changed in the elk management plan. So I wondered if at that time, if all of us have a copy of that elk management plan, so we even know what what's there and maybe what's wrong, or what we maybe could move it in a different direction. So I think that's a pretty important document. I have a copy. It's a big document. It takes some time to look through it, but really that might be what we're leading up to, is those kind of changes. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. Maybe it's some information we need to make sure every committee member has.
So making sure that we all have the same resources, including possibly the elk management plan. Matt?
Well, I guess one thing that stood out to me was that elk objectives were set in 2005, and only 16% of them have been modified in the last 17 years. That might be an area that needs to be looked at.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, let's think about what we're trying to achieve here. We're really thinking about how those issues for balancing the hunter and landowner interests in particular. So let's focus on what are those things that stood out for that in particular. And I wanna ask another question really. A lot of you are asking for numbers. You want specific information and data. What about that is so important for us to understand those issues in order to balance hunter and landowner issues? What about that information is so important? Brent.
A lot of it comes down to the distribution of the elk. Where can the public hunters get them? Where are the elk actually being found on the landscape? Matt asked a good question that kind of got avoided of, can we get these counts and break them down private versus public at the important times of the year? I can comment that in Western Montana, in the Bitterroot Valley, the local sportsman's group did have that count done. They used a fish wildlife biologist, but they did the funding, and we're 90% public land, approximately 10% private. They did the elk count, 90% of the elk were on the 10% of private. That's for Western Montana. That's even impressive to see. Problems are much worse elsewhere, but we have the same issue here where the elk aren't distributed where the public can get them. And so I think to answer Kimberly, your questions, we're interested in some of these numbers. We want to see more specifically, not just a general part of the state. We know where the elk are generally, but we want to see really just how bad is the problem in distribution of the elk, public versus private.
Okay, so really understanding, so I'm going to key on a couple of things that you said. And you said, how bad is the problem for distribution of public and private? So the real key here that we're really sort of grappling with is really that distribution and how it relates to public and private lands.
That's part of it, yeah. It's not the whole story we're here for, but this elk distribution's a problem.
Yes, thank you. Ian, and then Druska.
Just real quick, just kind of a clarifying thing. I think we're moving towards opening the discussion to what is, definition of what the issue is. There's a statement, and I've been kind of, since last meeting, maybe I missed my opportunity earlier, but like looking at that draft charter, are we revisiting the language in that at all? Is there a time slot for that, or is that kind of past?
So the charge was given to us by FWP. So they are the ones who provided that information to us. We've reviewed that information to say, what does this mean to us? Because it's a bunch of words on a page. We need to know what that means to us. And from that, we had a couple different thoughts and ideas on what that means. And then it was presented to FWP. They say, yes, that makes sense. And so thinking about not just forging those new relationships, but making sure that we maintain relationships with respect and courtesy was one. Recognizing that there might be geographical differences, making sure that the recommendations are applicable. That was all the space and discussion that we had in there. Right now, what we're doing is we're trying to clarify our perspective of what the issues are. So we're not going to change or tweak the language itself. We're just clarifying what we think those issues surrounding elk management in Montana to balance those hunter and landowner interests are. That's our charge right now. We're trying to figure out what that is.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna, so where I was going with that is I'm gonna kind of echo what Brent just said. And looking back at that draft charter, I guess I feel like something very, very large in the equation has gotten left out, and that is there's discussion between hunter, landowner, elk impacts on private land, whatever. That probably should be the basis of this discussion, but the elk distribution issue in the state of Montana and the lack of elk utilization of public lands, I feel like if there's a way that can get brought back up into things, and maybe the rest of the group feels differently on this and wants to comment on that, but that's so kind of like what Brent was saying, as I'm up in Northwest Montana, as I'm watching those elk counts, the screens click through time, what I'm seeing, I know where the public land is in the state, and I know where, you see the elk density. So what I'm watching happen is that you're seeing an exodus of elk from public land show up on private. And now that creates, this bigger can of worms that we're dealing with. But that's where I want to see specifics on data, is to really show that transition and exodus, and then we discuss about what is it that we're doing and what is it with the environment and other stuff that's causing that exodus of elk from public land to private land. And I guess kind of want to, just put it out there that I want to shine a spotlight on that somewhat. Hank touched on it that, hey, we can only manage elk where they exist. I get that, but what caused those elk to exist where they're at today? And hopefully we can try to tackle that one, because that's a tricky one.
Sure. Thank you, Ian. Druska?
So this is sort of along the lines of Ian and Brent. The distribution is the issue for me and for most of the people that I know. One of the issues one of the things that you end up with is that you may even be below objective, but the distribution indicates that you have way too many elk, and it's because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's due to so many factors. It's the predator issue, it's land use changes, it's climate change. We can go on and on. There's lots of things that influence that. But I do think that if we're coming up with new and creative solutions, then we have to talk about how we're going to get elk to move away from private lands back onto public lands, whether that's via habitat changes, you know, some sort of hunting pressure. I mean, those are all different ideas, and people will have a bunch of those. But they're absolutely correct that the distribution of elk, and more specifically, the distribution at the wrong time of year for disease issues, becomes a giant problem on the landscape. Even if elk numbers aren't, I mean, we're not even seeing them as high as some places, but 2 is too many if they're carrying brucellosis. And those are the issues for Southwest Montana and Central Montana that that we're looking at. So numbers are critical, but it's where they are when they are that's more important.
So thinking about those number distribution, but also when and where they are in place. Okay. Ian.
Yeah, real quick, I guess I would maybe, I asked the question, you know, of FWP looking at the, you know, the distributions between private and public land. Sounds like there's some elk collar data that would maybe be very beneficial to kind of look at and see. But like, so the whole goal of this group is talking about like landowner, and the impacts of elk on the property, yet we're missing the boat on the fact that like we don't even in our counts, we don't even make a distinction between public and private elk. So I don't know how we can even solve the problem if we don't have the data and we don't try to track that as a game management organization. Like it just, I fully understand that they change locations throughout the course of the year. So there's, you know, you can have an elk that's both a public and private land elk, but boy, any information that FWP has available on those distributions, on the trends from how elk move, you know, up to summer winter range and then move off, and then looking at those, you know, how many of those elk are stationary, how many, because there's, I mean, I go down to Dillon and whatnot. I'm sure Race knows, like, I mean, you go out there in middle of August and there's, you know, 400 elk right on the south side of Dillon on haystacks, like, you know, and then you're going to have, you know, elk that go up, they summer in the, you know, in the mountains, they spend their whole, you know, summer on our public land, but then it's the wintering issue where they spend all winter on private land. So anyway, I guess as far as like a data driven question, feel like it, you know, to paint the picture to me, to try to understand the problem, the root problem, we need to look at kind of those distribution trends. So.
Right. So I think that we're trying to really recognize there's a lot of data out there, recognizing that we may not have perfect information, but really focusing on what key issues do we need to talk about here in order to make sure that we're able to access that data. It might be important as well. Stephanie, you had your hand up and put it down. So I do want to acknowledge that, and then Race as well.
I was basically going to say what Ian was saying, especially just the different times of the year. It feels like we do our counts during the winter, but the problem is during hunting season where these elk are. So that's all. Just any sort of data that we can get would be useful.
Okay. Race?
I just kind of respond to a couple of the comments. And, I think one of the challenges we're going to have with the data is that this is a species that can travel 10, 15 miles at a very short time. And so, what time of day we take that survey can affect where those animals are. And so, I mean, it's just a challenging species, and as cool and unique as they are, it's going to make data hard for, Lindsay and the agency to really, have perfect for all of our questions. Another thing, the opening question there, at least for this discussion, was what was the takeaway from her presentation? And a little bit what I'm thinking scares me, but one of my takeaways were these areas where concentrations are heavy happens to be in areas where there's brucellosis too, and within this designated surveillance area. And so obviously the scary part of that, and Brent, maybe, I'm sure he's thought of this too, is that even with this disease, that's not slowing down their population within those areas. And so that's a little concerning to me as well as being that producer. But yeah, we got lots of challenges. And one other comment I might make on this distribution thing is that one of the challenges that we're going to have addressing this is, yes, landowners, we're trying to give access. We have disbursement hunts and different things to get elk back to this public land. And we've actively been involved in those things during the hunts. But that are allowed to be on the public land during this time is just like a wall to send them back to you. And so we have to, as we come up with solutions, we have to be thinking of, the elk themselves as a species. We can't just, I actually feel sorry for the elk at times, the way we try to bounce them around and do things. And we gotta look at some creative ways for the hunters to be involved. But honest, we want to control numbers, but we can't have a free for all with hunters there, because they're just like putting up a fence, and there is literally a barrier to getting these elk back on public land during the hunt. We've experienced that. So lots of things to think about, but those were kind of my thoughts.
Thank you, Race. So it seems we have a lot of different topics that we're talking about. So really the numbers, distribution, where they are, when they are, where they are, how this relates to the public-private lands. There was a bit of mention of disease and access to the hunt and hunters in particular. We're talking about a lot of different pieces. So before we go out and say, let's try to figure out all of the information that we need, let's try to think about what we're trying to solve in particular. So I'm going to ask you to reflect really quickly on why you joined this group in particular. It kind of circles back to our first question that we had at the beginning. We're trying to circle that back. So reflecting on what are the key issues that you think should be addressed. When you came to join this group, what are the key issues that you wanted to address? Some of us have mentioned some of them.
Well, I think,
go ahead.
You're asking, I guess for me, it is exactly like everyone has mentioned. I think we're so varied in our backgrounds within this group, but, the distribution, like Driska said, hunter access, those, they're really simple. Population is one, but distribution is the other. And that's what we're here to try to help with.
Distribution and hunter access.
Population.
Ian, Stephanie, Chuck. Ian first.
Sorry, I keep stealing the mic, but on that, so there's I guess another thing maybe hasn't really got brought up a ton. So we have elk distribution, then there's also the hunter distribution. We need to look at things a little bit more holistically, whatever. Guys like me from Kalispell, everybody in Dillon knows the 7 license plate. I'm sure that wall of hunters that Race is talking about, it's formed by hunters from Kalispell, because we don't have the elk in Northwest Montana to keep the hunters home in Northwest Montana. So we go down and we put undue pressure on other parts of the state, and probably really exacerbate that elk distribution problem, where we force them off of public land, because the public land that we do have up in the Northwest, there's not animals there, so we travel to hunt. So anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there.
Hunter distribution is something of interest for you. Stephanie?
Similar to Ian, it's a big issue that I'm seeing is just the overcrowding issue on public. It's a zoo. It's a rat race on those chunks of public land, and of course, it's the number of residents moving in is increasing, as well as non-residents getting B tags, et cetera. And it just creates that wall of hunters, and the quality of hunt has declined considerably. So that's a big issue for me.
The quality of the hunt. Okay. And that overcrowdedness. Okay. And Chuck, and then Druska. So Chuck.
Yeah, I don't really have original ideas, but in our I don't know what we called it, our opening draft of our charge of what we're to accomplish, you know, we listed 4 objectives, and we talked about all of those today, but the disease concerns is a big deal. Financially for Montana, and I'm not in a DSA, this isn't something that I bear, but Race and Druska could speak to this firsthand, and maybe should more fully, but the brucellosis concern and what that cost landowners and in turn the state of Montana is a big deal, and it could get bigger. So we have to really take care of that situation in our long range planning. And I'm not sure how we do it. In fact, I have no idea how we do it, but disease concerns for me are something we have to talk about, and we have to offer some kind of solution for. You know, and we just always get it, and it's, you know, it's increased access to private land. We're going to have to offer, I suppose, some kind of answer, some kind of relief in that regard, or at least some kind of a solution that offers some satisfaction to the general public. Or if we can't do that, we have probably failed in one of our charges. So, you know, access to private land is a big deal, and how we do that without trampling on private property rights, I don't know. But we need to keep that in the back of our mind, and we need to be working towards that kind of a goal.
Okay, so really talking about the disease and also the access to public and private lands. That's something else that's an issue. Druska.
So, you know, we talk about the distribution of elk. And so the example is in Paradise Valley, because we're close enough to the park and there's an overabundance of wolves and grizzly bears, they push the elk, and the elk don't want to stay there because it's bad for them and they'll get killed. The range in between Yellowstone and Paradise Valley is in bad shape. So there's no reason for them to stay there. Ian talked about migration. We've got elk that don't migrate anymore. And they don't migrate for a lot of reasons, all of which have been mentioned. And so you have elk, but you don't even have them at the right time of year so hunters can get to them. You know, I came home the other night, there's no hunting available, and there's elk everywhere, all along East River Road, almost to the river. I mean, they're everywhere. And so you talk about poor timing, critical abortive time period for elk is now. I don't even want to see an elk now. And they're everywhere. And there's nothing, I shouldn't say nothing. There are small management hunts you can use, but if you're talking a small parcel of land, by the time you get a hunter in, the elk are going to be gone. So we have to devise ways that, that, I don't know, put hunters on the landscape for a longer period of time, which isn't always, hunters don't like to do that because the elk are pregnant. But how else are you going to deal with elk between February and May when they're running over everybody down here? And the end result, the end result of it all is that landowners lose tolerance. They lose tolerance for the elk, and they lose tolerance for hunting because it's all at the wrong time. And so we have to create some solutions that actually address the tolerance issue, make it more amicable to have elk around and to have hunters around, and to address it from August clear through till April. And and to use tools differently. Otherwise, we're going to lose the ranching community, we're going to lose the open space, and we're going to lose the habitat. And it won't happen overnight, but it will happen. And nobody in this group wants that to happen. And so we have to be able to access the elk where they are, when they are, in addition to dealing with their increased numbers. In Lindsay's PowerPoint that she was showing, it should have scared everybody to see the color changes that were occurring and the distribution and concentrations that are occurring. There's nothing more that can spread disease and intolerance for a wild animal than those kinds of distributions.
Touched on a lot of different components, so addressing the timing and tolerance, and really thinking about how to access elk when they are where they are, and then of course circling back to that component of disease. So we've had a lot of descriptions of what's going on in the landscape. We've talked a little bit about what we heard and what we saw in the presentation overall. We've reflected a little bit on our own thoughts. I'm going to push you to do something that's going to be challenging for some and enjoyable for others. So for the ones that it's challenging for, I apologize. For the ones who enjoy it, I'm very appreciative. I'm going to push you to address a question in particular. Because what we need to start doing is having agreement and an understanding on all of the different issues that we're talking about, right? So we've mentioned a lot of different pieces. So we need to figure out how to say, okay, these are the pieces that our recommendation is going to address, and focus our energy and resources on those. Really making sure that we're thinking about those, accessing data and information on those, and diving deep in so we can develop those creative solutions. So what we're going to do is, first, I'm going to share my screen to give you a bit of context as to what we're doing. And this is when I'm going to ask you to try to access the... Did I freeze? I froze again. Every time I share my screen.
You froze for a second, but you're good.
Okay, thank you. Zoom is not happening. Oh.
Yeah, you're freezing. And oh, she's there.
I'm back again. Okay, Zoom dropped me. I'm not sure why. Okay, can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay, I'll try to share again. Okay, so this is what I'm going to ask you to do. So we're trying to describe the different components of what we're trying to address in particular. So I want you to brainstorm really quickly and think about the key issues. So we've talked a little bit about the presentations that we've heard and the public has spoken. We've reflected a little bit on why we're here and had that conversation and discussion. So reflect on the key issues you want our recommendations to address in order to balance landowner and hunter interests for elk management. So this is a question that I posed to you at first. So thinking about this, I'm going to ask for your top three most important things that this group here has to address. What is our recommendation going to address? I'm going to ask for it to be 3 to 7 words. I know that that's short. It can be longer than that, but try to keep it as short as possible. And the reason is we want to be as concise and capture the true intent. Sometimes we write these sentences and they're really, really, really long and has 3 ands and a because. Give me the because. Make it short and sweet, okay? Specific and clear. So what specifically are we trying to address here? And in this spreadsheet itself, there are different lines. So give me 3, your top 3. So think about it. We'll give you about 5 minutes to think about it. Have a verb and then your description or noun, okay? And then we're going to compile them all and we're going to have a conversation and discussion on it. Who has questions?
We're typing these into the spreadsheet or just writing them down?
Type them into this spreadsheet. If you can. If you do not have access to the spreadsheet, let me know. If you're struggling with the spreadsheet in any shape, way, or form, let me know and I can type in the information for you as well.
I'm back to not sure how to access the spreadsheet while I'm on Zoom.
Okay. So you can either shrink your screen down, or you can just tell me what it is, or you can email me your three ideas. And as long as you let me know when they happen. So either if you hit escape, first hit escape, it'll give you a little like box at top, and then you can minimize your screen.
So if I exit full screen.
Yes. Then you should be able to, if you go to the email that I sent this morning, there should be a link to the Excel spreadsheet. I'll give everyone about 5 minutes to think about this.
So it looks like other people's, are populating on that.
Yes.
So if somebody's already typed in, the 3 words, it looks like we can keep moving on, right?
So I would.
Elk distribution is looks like it's been on there 2 or 3 times, and no sense me typing that in again, right?
You can type in elk distribution again. Hang on, give me 1 second. Try to put a verb and then something about elk distribution. I'm going to change this here so it gives you.
So are you like a verb are you talking about column A or column B, or how are you?
So this should be a statement. So it should be, I'm going to type, if you're in the spreadsheet right now, it's like, I want to increase elk distribute. Am I spelling that right? That would be my statement. I want like the issues that we're going to address. What specific issues are we going to address? And it should be like, we are whatever specific issues, but make it 1 issue per line. Don't put all of them into 1 line, okay? Are we confused?
That's easy to get me confused.
But. Okay. Me too. Zoom apparently hates me, so it's challenging. But think about when you walk away from this committee, we addressed this issue. Our recommendation addressed this issue to balance hunter and landowner interests, right?
So are some of these going away as we write them too? Because I put in a couple and they've just disappeared. Am I doing something wrong to get them to save?
I'm not sure why they would be disappearing.
Okay, I'll try again.
Okay, please do not type over or delete someone's work. So if the box is sort of highlighted, don't delete that.
So do you want a full sentence?
If you want, you can write a full sentence. I'm more interested in just a verb and just the intent, the true intent. I do not want a run-on sentence. I want the true intent. What is the intent? Not necessarily a description of the problem, but what specifically are we addressing? Our recommendations will address. About 5 more minutes to think about different ideas that we're specifically addressing. About 3 more minutes. Anybody's having trouble, please let me know.
I can't access the spreadsheet. Do you want me to just,
Yes, please let me know what yours are. You can either send it to me via email, or you can just verbally tell me what they are. Druska, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I guess it's, yeah, I'll just tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first one was change elk distribution.
Change elk distribution. Okay.
Second one, acknowledge and make adjustments for disease.
Mm-hmm.
Improve habitat on public land.
Okay. Okay.
Create better and more accessible hunting conditions.
Okay.
And maintain healthy public, private land.
Thank you, Druska.
Thanks for doing that. I appreciate it, Kimberly.
Of course. No, I completely understand. Does anybody else need any assistance? Okay. Got 1 more minute.
Kimberly, while people are finishing this up, I think it might be useful to have either Druska or Race address brucella, the disease surveillance area, the importance of remaining brucella-free status for Montana cattle industry. It's not a small number. They're probably more familiar with the numbers, or Chuck maybe financially, for what cattle ranchers would face if we lost our brucella-free status. There was a statement made by Race that, you know, these elk, some of them have brucella, but their populations are still increasing. For elk, it's easy to overcome. They only need to have 30 to 40% calf recruitment a year to have a growing population. For cattle producers, if you're losing 5 to 10% of your profit every year, you go broke. And so we don't need brucella in the cattle for multiple reasons. I could go on for hours, but the cost may be something that other members of this committee don't recognize, what the agricultural industry of Montana really hinges on, not just within the disease surveillance area, but statewide as well. And folks listening to this too, I feel like that might be something that a lot of them don't understand. This cross-species transmission of brucella is a big deal financially for the state.
Right. Druska, you have your hand up, and I know that he also directed you in particular, but do you have your...
So I can answer most of that, but it's a longer answer probably, and I don't know if you want it now.
Let's hold on that then, and we can maybe share
Okay.
some resources and move things forward that way.
Because it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. And it's been brought up a few times, and I feel like maybe people need more background on that to fully understand.
I think we're going to dive into each of these. So if I look at the spreadsheet right now, as of currently, we have about 45 issues that we're going to be addressing. So good luck. It was nice knowing you guys. We'll be here for a while. Deb, can we make them 5-hour meetings? Just kidding. So we have a lot to cover, right? A lot of content. And this explains why we're having all these different discussions and how we need to dive into specifics on each of these. So here's what we're going to do now. What we're going to do is we're going to look at the information that we have been provided as of thus far, and we're going to see if there are any sort of correlations or how these all relate to each other. And the reason that we're going to do that is we're going to sort of see where the packages are, how they sort of lump together, so we know the different information that we could need within that space and how to talk about each of those. Okay, so how we're going to do this is, are you guys ready and excited to do that? The answer is yes, right? Good head nods. What we're gonna do is, this is just a simple way to organize the information that you've produced as of thus far, so that we'll be able to interpret what we have, okay? So I took everything from this spreadsheet that you provided and put it down here at the bottom. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start to see if there are any trends in the information provided overall and see if we can start putting these together, okay? And see what those are. So I'm gonna drop down here real quick and say, can I get someone to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, the first 11 that we have right here. Can I get someone to, oh, Chuck, yes, do you have a question?
I emailed mine to you because, so I don't know, sorry about that. I didn't figure out how otherwise.
Not a problem. I will put yours in there shortly. Okay, give me 1 second. I will get yours in there. They're going to look slightly different at this point, but we will get them in there. Okay. So I'll reshape yours shortly, but they're in there now. Thank you for letting me know that. Let me reshare. Can I get someone to read these first 11 for me real quick? At the bottom, let me maybe put these up like this. This might be a little bit easier. Can I get someone to read these for me? I'm going to be moving them while you're apparently doing stuff.
I could do it if you want.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So increase elk distribution, mitigate elk hunting pressure, poor access for hunters on private land where they have a realistic chance of killing an elk, hunter-landowner FWP relationships, simplify change, licensing strategies for targeting overpopulated elk hunting districts, improve habitat on public lands, increase hunter distribution, having correct elk numbers to correlate to more adequate tag numbers for area, access to private land without punitive measures, decrease pressure on public lands, overpopulation of elk.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on any of those? They all seem clear. Are there, Scott?
Sorry, probably a dumb question, but can we clarify what access to private land without punitive measures means?
Whoever wrote that, clarify that for Scott.
I think I'm on, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so yeah, I wrote that one down. So sometimes in the past there's been, well, what I want to avoid is forcing access to these elk on private land in the face of private property rights. And so I think we need to be, yeah, I think we need to get there. And I think it has to be, maybe a better way to have said that would be access to private land based on, incentives to have the people come in rather than the punitive measures. Does that clear that up at all?
So use a carrot, not a stick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, yeah, let's, that's kind of why we're here, is for those kind of solutions, I think. And I don't know what they are for sure. And probably another one I wrote down is going to ask us an even harder question. So yeah, good question, Scott.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
So based off of what we have here, are there any two that have similar intent? They seem like they have very similar intentions. Chuck.
Well, I think the two that are one on top of the other, we have poor access for hunters on private land where they have a chance of killing an elk. Yeah, that's probably true. How do we get there? Well, let's, we need to figure out a way to access those private lands on an incentive-based system. And that, you know, if we can answer that question, I think we'll be a long ways down the road. So those two are, they go hand in hand in my book.
Okay, so maybe those two together. Aaron.
I would say the increase hunter distribution and decrease pressure on public lands would
Okay.
get to the same point.
Keith.
I think you can add the mitigate elk hunting pressure right to those two that Aaron just brought up.
Here. Perfect. Okay. Are there any others that are similar in intent? Any other two that are similar in intent? Are they all different?
Would the one having elk numbers correlate more adequately to tag numbers, and then the simplified change licensing strategies be the same kind of?
Maybe those two there. Okay. Let's see. Let's get these over here, and then I'm going to pull up a couple more so that we have a couple more.
I think you could do improve habitat on public lands together and increase elk distribution, because they would go hand in hand probably.
Okay, so those go. Okay. So here are our new ones. Can I get someone to read those new ones? These are these right here that I just highlighted.
Improve data collection and distribution to public, elk distribution, elk not utilizing public land, poor public hunter, private landowner relations, lack of habitat conservation efforts, improve data collection, incentivize private land access.
Thank you, Scott. Any of those have similar intent?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Stephanie.
Elk distribution and elk not utilizing public land can go under the tree. And then obviously the hunter, landowner, FWP, poor public, hunter, private landowner, those can all kind of be lumped together.
Okay, repeat that. First, this one under the tree here. Was there another
and then
one?
the hunter, landowner, FWP relations and poor public, hunter, private landowner relations can go together.
Okay, like that. What about these here? Any with similar intent, or do they go under one of these?
That incentivized land access can probably go on the one on the left there.
This incentivized one goes where?
All the way to the left, the stairs or whatever they are there.
The wall. It's the elephant wall. Druska, were you going to say something too?
No, same thing, no problem.
Okay. How about these four? Stephanie. You're on mute. Stephanie, you're still on mute.
Sorry, the data collections can probably go together in a new column.
Data collection, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull some more down or more up. Can I get someone to read these new ones down here? Starting with this one. Scott, are you leaning in to do it?
Oh, I'll do it. Yeah. Mitigate the wall of hunters increasing distribution, hunter-landowner relationships, landowner incentives, and public education, elk distribution on the landscape. I got to move my little son of a gun here. Stimulate cooperation between landowners and hunters.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. Do we see any there that have similar intent or go up to the top? And Chuck, I don't know if you have your hand raised or.
Yeah, I do. So just a question, what could someone expand on lack of habitat conservation efforts? Whoever put that in.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I guess that was my comment. I guess I feel like out of all the money, so, FWP collects, you know, I guess requesting a budget at some point would be, I think, very beneficial to the group. But on all the money that we spend and whatnot, it kind of seems like the only conservation effort that we have is issuance of tags, or, you know, kind of like the kill button or something. We don't look at things from the opposite side of the spectrum of, okay, we can either kill the elk on private land, or we can make the habitat more desirable on public lands. Is the intention behind that? Maybe it needs to be cleaned up.
Would that go with this one here with improve habitat on public lands?
Yeah.
What about the other ones down here?
I think there's several there on elk numbers and distribution that can kind of go over on this other far left side.
So like elk distribution, this one?
It seems like distribution of elk and hunters are kind of all fitting in there. So overpopulation, I think you could probably throw a lot of things in that area, I would say. But
can you be specific what we're throwing in where? I just moved the elk distribution on the landscape. That one.
Well, overpopulation of elk right there is one of them, obviously. Seems like we all have that in there in some form.
Should I pull some more up, or do these go under any of these so far?
I think you can take almost the bottom three up to the hunter landowner fish wildlife park relations. They're all somewhat related loosely. No, all the three on the right.
Three on the right. Got it.
Agreed.
Put them up here. Okay. Let me get a couple more. Move this one down first. I'm gonna make these smaller for you guys. Can I get someone to read these? Starting with in-person hunter.
In-person hunter education that helps teach respect for all land. I'm gonna put my glasses on for the last one. Address landowners that are not participating in elk management. This will be difficult given private property rights, but we need better ideas. Retain programs that landowners and hunters have found some success with. We don't need to entirely reinvent the wheel, just inflate the tires. What impacts do longer seasons have on landowner hunter tolerance? Consider where block management dollars are spent, i.e. better quality lands, more dollars. Harvest more elk in areas over objective, more B tags.
Thank you, Scott. You are a professional reader now. Are there any two with similar intent in these down here, or should we be moving them up to one of these?
More B tags can go to the paintbrush.
Thank you. Ian and then Matt.
On the more B tags, just curious on the group's take on this one. Do we feel like, I mean, should there be a clarification on where those B tags are utilized? Do we think private or public land B tags potentially have contributed to the problem, or that needs to be like a private land B tag? I don't know. Just curious.
Can we get a little bit of clarification on
that one? Yeah, so I put that one down, and I'm going to give you kind of the reason I threw it in there was we participated in a disbursement hunt that was really just designed to kind of get the elk off of our irrigated lands and back up to public lands. And early in the season, even though hunters have the ability to come out and work with that, we call up Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and they would go off their depredation rosters. And we might have 700 or 800 hunters that are on the depredation roster. But in order for them to help us with this disbursement hunt and maybe kill an antlerless elk as we're encouraging kind of a haze onto public land, they would have to use their general tag. And they didn't give them the opportunity to just go down and buy another tag. And a lot of them had family hunts planned with their kids and different things. And they weren't really willing to give up, say, their opportunity to harvest with their family a little later in the season. And, maybe this opportunity was available in August. And so we're going to have to be kind of creative. And essentially, I think our real challenge is giving Fish, Wildlife and Parks more tools, not less, to manage, in unique areas. And so, yeah, I know there's B tags, but in certain situations, why couldn't those hunters go ahead and shoot a cow early and still maintain their general tag? That was my background for it.
Do you think that it fits here, Race?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of places to throw it. And, obviously it helps. It could be over here on elk distribution too, but
so
we need to encourage, when we looked at Lindsay's timeline, when these B tags were available, and then even legislatively where there was an opportunity now for a third elk to be harvested in areas where we're over objective, we've got to encourage, especially people, not everybody can kill an elk. Let's realize that. There's hunters that can run around there and they will never kill anything. They're not going to be successful. But those that are skilled and can do it right, we need to give them opportunities to harvest. And, we can do that with 3 elk now, or, according to our statutes. We need to find ways to make that easier for these hunters, not harder.
Thank you, Race. So I duplicated it here, and I am going to move us a little bit faster because we're coming close to the end of the meeting. But Matt, did you have something that you wanted to?
I just want to look at this. Consider where block management dollars are spent, i.e., better quality lands, more dollars. And I think for me, I put that under our habitat here, under the tree. And I think that's probably a big area that I see as a need, where if we can incentivize block management, we have a lot of acres out there. And if we can increase the quality of that habitat, I think we can see some distribution, potentially some better distribution.
Thank you, Matt. For the rest of these, do we see these going anywhere under any of these as of thus far, or any two with similar intent? I know it's kind of hard for you guys to see it all. Let me just try to zoom in a little bit.
Well, I think the wall of hunters right there could go under, I don't see the top of it. Same one here on overpopulation. I think that one sure fits there.
Over which one's
Well,
over?
I'd say you're right there where you're at. Yeah, underneath.
Right here.
Yeah. Because it's still hunter distribution, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I would say harvest more elk in areas over objective can go under the brush.
Got it. Thank you. What about the impacts to longer seasons, the retained programs?
That should be able to, the impacts to longer seasons should be able to go under the hunter landowner FWP relations, I think.
Hunter landowner relationships over here.
Yeah.
Perfect. In-person hunter education that helps teach all. Matt, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. Oh, you didn't mean to have your hand up. Okay. Okay. What about these 3 here?
I think the in-person hunter education can go on the far right.
All right. Got it. And there's one more, not this.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you to show that one because I think we're forgetting about that too.
Proof data. Sorry, it's hard to show you the whole screen. Okay, so how about this? And next time I'll tweak this so that you guys have access to this page as well, so you can zoom in if you need to.
I think the one to the right, the retained programs, can definitely go under the relationship column right there. Yep. And that can probably go to the relationship column as well.
Okay, relationship column. It's funny, the relationship column has.
Or maybe even the one on the far left, where we're kind of being a little bit on that one.
So maybe the programs for the landowners may go on to this incentivized.
Oh no, that last one wasn't it address those landowners?
Oh yeah,
participating. Maybe needs to be over here on this far left.
Sure.
Kind of.
Maybe in 2 spaces.
Yeah, that's possible, I guess.
Okay, I'll just indicate that there too. So this is I'm gonna zoom in and then I'll zoom out. So I'm sorry, I'm making you seasick. Can I get someone to read these last ones? Well, there are 3 more, but these right here. I'm guessing it's going to be Scott, but if anybody else wants to, please feel free.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks actually enforce laws that are in place to prevent game concentrations, food plots, lands not used for ag, but instead for game attractants, make resident hunters a priority, change elk distribution, acknowledge and make adjustments for disease, improve habitat on public land, create better and more accessible hunting conditions, maintain healthy public-private land.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any two that are similar? Sorry, I have to zoom out a little for you guys to see this. Or do they need to go under some of these?
Changing elk distribution can go under the tree, I think. Is that where we're, yeah.
So can improve habitat on public land. Probably maintain healthy public-private land can go under that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the question, where should we put disease?
I think that's a new column.
Right over here. It's not technically off the board, but kind of off the board, but there. It's there.
Okay.
I think you can add the game concentrations to the disease column. I wrote that one on, it's the left one. That was concerned about disease transmission on concentrated elk and deer and moose for that matter. And
all species.
All species, yeah.
Our scope of elk. But yeah, so we'll have that new column right there in that space. So what about these two here?
Make resident, go ahead.
The create better and more accessible hunting conditions can go under the spear column.
Thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Perfect. What about this last one? You get 3 extra points.
You could put that under the access, I guess, because they're trying to prioritize access, maybe. I don't know. The brick wall. There you go.
Brick wall. Yes, thank you. Okay. And then there are 3 more that we're going to have to address as well. That let me change these into little sticky notes. Real fast for you guys, but you can read them. Can I get you, Scott, to read these out loud for me, actually?
Access to private land without using punitive measures, access to elk with non-traditional landowners, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks taking responsibility for brucellosis transfer to cattle.
Okay. I feel like
Kimberly missed one, the
miss
top, yeah, the top one of Chuck's, that one, yeah.
Thank you.
You have to make resident hunters a priority. There you go.
Was this one in there already? Okay.
Yeah, that one's already in there.
Yeah, I think that one was already in there. But these are your 3 ones, right, Chuck?
Yeah.
Where can we put these 3 ones?
The FWP taking responsibility should go over with disease.
Yep. Okay. Access to private land. Did we have that punitive?
That one is already in there.
Yeah.
I think we did that one, yeah.
That's already, that's under the brick wall.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just put that one there again. So it looks like one of them of yours got into that spreadsheet. Access to elk here.
I think that goes under the wall.
Okay. So this is all of the stuff, all of the different items that we're going to talk about really overall when we're working together. So let's quickly think about when we look at these overall, if we could give them a quick, what is it? What is the intent, our summary overall for these sticky notes? So I'll zoom in on the ones that we have. So we'll just start from here and move over. The way it's going to work is we're going to say, I'm sorry, I'm going to get you seasick. We want our recommendations to address, and then this is what it is, summarizing that intent. So we recognize that there are these different components that are underneath each of these, but we want to know what the overall intent is. So looking at these 3 stickies here, we talked a little bit about disease here. So we want to see our recommendation. What is the intent of those?
I think the intent is so that I guess FWP and the general public acknowledge this disease and its threat to our state's economy and our livestock industry.
So we want
I don't know that it's a major action point, but I mean, obviously there's going to be some times that we're going to ask FWP to step up, but I think we just a real acknowledgement at this point and continued monitoring.
So we want our recommendations to acknowledge the disease.
Yeah, well, more really not really the disease, but the risk of it to our state's economy.
I guess, Race, I was also hoping to include the disease CWD, which right now we don't think is an economic risk to sheep and cattle, but certainly is to the wildlife of Montana. And so but don't leave out brucella on that title there. As you're typing
I think we could just say any.
Yeah, I think we can leave it vague. Acknowledge risk of disease.
So our recommendations will acknowledge risk of disease. Okay. What about and Chuck, you have your hand up.
Oh, it'd be redundant, but on that same column, I was just thinking of disease mitigation, but I like what these guys have said. That's fine with me.
How about if we say acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease?
That's probably better.
Okay. What about, thank you guys, for this brick wall over here. What are we trying to do with this? What is the intent?
Access issues.
Yeah.
So we want to see our recommendations to FWP address access issues.
Or stimulate access to public or to private lands. I mean, whatever we recommend, we want it to help. We're not gonna be able to eliminate all those problems, but they are all around access issues. So you're right there.
So just do a catch-all for access issues.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this?
Aaron has his hand. Aaron had his hand up. I don't know.
Oh, I did not see it.
Okay.
Disregard. Sorry.
Okay. What about this one here? Increase hunter distribution, more bee tags, elk distribution on the landscape.
Hunter and elk distribution.
Balance those.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that? Balance hunter and elk distribution. Okay.
I like it.
Perfect. What about this one here, the brush? Almost want to get Scott to read them out loud, but there might be more down there. I'm going to zoom out a little just to make sure I don't have any others down there. Okay.
Are we kind of, this question, are we kind of going with this column? I mean, it's similar to the one we just worked on, but is this one leaning more to the way we license and, regulate? I don't know if that's the right term, but it is similar to the last column, but.
So our recommendation has to do something here. What is the intent, what we're trying to achieve that would summarize this? Ian?
I don't know if a way to put it would be hunter harvest as a tool.
Or you could put something more general like review licensing regulations or requirements, because that's all about licensing, whether we should increase it or decrease it.
What do you guys, I shouldn't have changed that, I'm sorry. Do we want it as hunter harvest as a tool or review licensing?
I like licensing review.
Okay.
How about just elk management strategies?
Yeah, but this only talks about licensing.
That's management on FWP's part.
I think strategies might be a bit big. We might want to focus in a little bit more specific. So maybe circling back to that hunter harvest as a tool, or what was the other one? Licensing.
Review licensing Yeah, that's enough actually, because it would review whether or not we need more B tags and review how out-of-state hunters are getting theirs and
So to be
whatever.
clear, our recommendations would address reviewing licensing. Yeah.
Does think Drewski, you kind of hit on it. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it here, but I mean, I think there's the tag component, which is important to take the animal off the landscape, but there's also the timing component that maybe isn't properly integrated into this, because like you're saying, I mean, it's the time throughout the year in which the hunt is offered, and maybe more flexibility with, kind of, I personally like that damage type hunt approach. It seems to be more effective than just a block, shoulder season or something. But
so if we said review licensing and alternative hunt strategies or something. What do you call those hunts?
I like the strategy word there.
Okay. So we're gonna say this one might not be perfect, but it's okay. So we'll hold it there.
Okay.
We do have 3 others, and we have about 10 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to push you kind of hard. If we can get at least one more, we might have to do the last 2 at our next meeting. But what about this tree one with habitat?
This one's difficult because we're asking to do a lot of things that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks doesn't have jurisdiction over: BLM grazing, Forest Service land grazing. Those public lands that our public wildlife are on aren't necessarily managed by the same entities. So that's just an aside. I think we can still come up with a label for this, but maybe less that we can recommend here, other than we can recommend it. We just have other people involved that won't necessarily implement it.
So Brent, you bring up an excellent point. So we do have to stay within scope. So as we go forward, we will make sure to put those guardrails up. I will also fully acknowledge that we'll let FWP look at what we have as of thus far and just give us a check. Are we in our bounds? Are we not in our bounds? Right? So just making sure that we have that check throughout. So let's go through labeling it, just see what comes out of it, but recognize that wherever we go down this path, with this one in particular, or actually all of them, we will make sure we stay within the confines of our scope, and we'll make sure that FWP has reviewed it to see if that is within our scope or not too. So we'll do those checks and balances.
So broad brush would be improve habitat on public lands. And some of those stickers actually say it, but that encompasses most of what I'm seeing there.
Okay. And then Matt,
aside from Matt's comment on the block management dollars, I think that's an important one. I don't know if it fits well under that label. Matt, if he's okay with it, it can.
Yeah, that was my only input. I was going to say the only thing we can really, we do have some influence on block management land, and that would be one place that we could have some influence. But
considering block management in this case is actually being public, even though it's privately owned, that works.
Okay. So Heath and Druska have their hands up.
To go off what Brent's saying, there's definitely, dealing with the Forest Service, BLM, state, whoever it may be. But one of the components of our elk management plan says that we have to take into account the habitat every other year. And I don't know if that's being done, but at least acknowledging the habitat side of it when we're setting objectives or dealing with any objectives.
Okay, Druska?
So the wildlife management areas that FWP does have control over or own or whatever it is, they could be in that. So improve habitat on public lands and mention if we want it to stay within FWP scope, they own a bunch of management areas and they can work on those.
Yeah. So moving forward, when we dive in, so we're already starting to try to address what the issues overall and sort of unpack what we need to. So recognizing that we will be within scope, we will keep an eye on our guardrails, and where FWP does have access, whether it's their own lands or making recommendations that are within that space, and that they have full and information as to what we're doing, when, where, and how, and all that fun stuff. I think I saw somebody's hand up, but I'm going to also pause because we have about 8 minutes left. Pause. But was somebody's hand up? Did I miss that?
Mine was for a second. Just that. I mean, on that note, I mean, I guess just I threw it up on the as a last minute thing on the spreadsheet. Just like, you know, encouraging, or maybe it's a recommendation that we just try to promote conversations between inner working between state and federal agencies. See that there's a little bit more of a collaborative effort there, so maybe we can maybe there isn't the guardrail. FWP helps with the recommendations for habitat to Forest Service, whatever. I know that's kind of outside the scope, but just I don't know, try to encourage communication between those entities.
Maybe a recommendation is having discussions or dialogues with XYZ agencies. We will go down that path shortly. Well, not shortly, within the next couple of meetings. I'm going to stop sharing because we have about a couple minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to consolidate all of this information and make sure that you have the meeting notes overall with all of this in it. Please do review over the issues that we've come up with. We'll have those 2 ones remaining overall. So those 2 issues are the ones that we'll start to discuss and make sure that we have those before we move forward. I think also, I'll just give you a quick recap. For our next steps, really, we're going to start to unpack. So once we have an idea of what issues we're talking about, we're going to want to know what our concerns are, what our thoughts are on it, so we can start to articulate our values for this. So we'll get a lot of different ideas, and we'll sort through what's important to us to think about. So once we have an understanding of what the decision is, where our issues are, we need to understand where our concerns lie within those. So we did a little bit of touching on that today, but we'll dive that more deeply into it at that point in time. We will be finding a way to incorporate the sounding board in that process too. So after that meeting, we may want to spend a little bit of time discussing how to make sure that the values that we did articulate are representative or engage the sounding board in that process too. So that will be our next meeting. We'll make sure that we have the information that we're focusing in on correct. So those big topic areas that our recommendations are going to focus in on, those are the areas we'll start to dive into. We'll talk a little bit about those concerns that we have for that. I'm probably going to send out some information to you in the meantime so that you're able to do it independently of this meeting if it's a little bit easier for you to navigate multiple things at the same time. So I might send out some questions or thoughts for you to think about so that we can pull them in more effectively into the meeting. So bear with me while I tweak and change and try to make the meeting as efficient as possible. On that, if you have any thoughts, questions, or comments on how to do that, please do reach out and let me know what works for you. We are going to circle back. We did have a conversation a little bit about those resources that we would need. I'm going to stop sharing. Those resources that we would need to understand the situations overall. My question for folks here is what information in particular do we need at this point in time? Do we need to dive into that data and information? Do we need to look at what FWP has posted on the web first and then circle back as a group and say, okay, well, now that we know we're addressing these issues, this is the specific information that we want them to pull for us? Or how do you want to move forward on that in particular? Deb is off mute. So.
I do have a list, and some of the list might be look at this website, so that might be my answer. So I don't know that you all need to do your homework yet, because I might just say, might just direct you there, but I do have a list I could go through if that would be helpful, Kimberly.
So let's pause real quick and just see with the group themselves. Do you want first step to be look at the website, see the information that's there, and then compare it with what we have for our issues that we've listed, and then go forth and check on if we need additional information that has been listed? Or do you want Deb to go through her list and see if we need it as of right now? Race, you have your hand up.
Yeah, in regards to a lot of that data, I think we were requesting, are there summaries that have already been kind of made from that data, that kind of, I mean, because some of those data points, they may not feel comfortable, and, maybe that's if there's things that have already been summarized by a biologist, for instance, and this is the real information, that might be a helpful and easy bit of information for us to look at.
Some of it's already done for sure, and it's going to be easy for us to pull together. Some other things are going to be a little bit more difficult to pull together, but doesn't mean we can't do it. But some of these things already exist.
So how about this for path forward? Deb will send out the link to the website itself. Then what we'll do is we'll say, look at that, look at the issues that we've defined as of thus far. And then we can circle back and say what specific information, if what's already provided there, if Deb, you have the website and short information summaries or things along those lines that you can provide. If that isn't enough at this point in time, then we can dive more deeply into it. Does that work for folks? Does that seem reasonable? Or do you want to go through the list of everything?
I know we're short on time. I could also send the list out to everybody as well. And
let's do that. Let's get them the website, and then any information that's summarized or easy to access. For folks here, if you guys could look at that website and see what information is present there that you're interested in, and really think about the issues that we came up with and discussed today and the relationship between the information. My one request would be, if you are thinking about information, when Deb sends that list, think about why you need it. What about that is really important? What are you trying to achieve overall? Because you might ask for a bulk of information and Deb might have a quick summary that could be easier, or really making sure that we're targeting the issues themselves and making sure that we're diving into that content. So if you are going to go down the path of thinking about additional information, just pause and think, why do I need this? What about this is so important as well? So course of action is Deb will send the list, the link of the website. Please review the website with the data and information, and please review the overall issues that we've come up with today to see what else needs to be dived into in your mind. And I will also send, probably by the end of the week, meeting notes, slides, and possibly some pointed questions to guide our conversation for the next time. We are right at time. Are there any questions, comments, and concerns? And I apologize if that takes you over a minute and you need to run. Any questions, comments, concerns? Stunned to silence.
Ian has his hand up.
Oh, Ian, yes, sorry.
I guess real quick, would it be acceptable to share our own data or other things with the group, or send those to Deb to, I guess, vet to potentially share with the group? I don't know. Like, I've got there's a book here that's like a historical book on the Flathead, Northwest Montana, Bob Marshall, whatever, talking about, what the game populations in the Northwest used to be. I think it'd be kind of cool to share with the group. I don't know if that's acceptable or.
Yeah, I think you guys could share between each other whatever you choose to, and it doesn't need to go through me. The only things that need to really come through me is from FWP. So whatever you guys think is pertinent, and like we said, we're going to ask you guys to probably give a report out on what you've heard from the public at the next meeting too. So yeah, I think it's really your call individually and what you want to share with each other.
I'm going to highly recommend, if you do share it out, please do make sure to have everybody on that email. If it's for information in particular, if you're sharing out information, please do try to make sure that everybody has access to that.
Maybe I'd send it to you, Kimberly, and look at it.
You can, yes. If you want to have back and forth conversations, please do. Please do have conversations, discussions, dialogues with everyone. Please do that. At the same time, please, if you're sharing information, make sure that everybody does have access. Not necessarily sharing information on personal issues or something along those lines, or personal discussions. But if it's regarding elk management in particular, and the charge of this committee, if everybody could share it, yes, that'd be great. So if you want to send it, by all means. If you want to send it to the whole group, by all means. We will also make sure that you have the contact list of everybody in the group that they've wanted to share with each other too. So multiple avenues or options, Ian, is pretty much, as long as everybody has information, we're good. More information.
Deb, did anybody, I guess, as far as when the public outreaching to us, I guess we provided email or whatever. I guess it looks like they'll just pick and choose, send, or maybe blast email or something. I didn't know if they're, sometimes FWP has those little like submit a comment, like dialogue boxes or something. Is it an option for the public to do something, to do something like that, so we get just like a big list, and then so I don't forget to forward an email or look at, I don't know.
And you don't have to forward the emails. I think you need to share the concepts that you hear. I don't think you need to necessarily forward them. We decided not to do a one email that FWP manages, and it's because we didn't want to insert ourselves into this. We want to stay as far away from this as possible. I didn't want there even to be a perception that I was filtering anything. So, this is in your hands. It's not going to be an FWP involved decision. So I want the public perception I want it to be transparent and have you guys get the emails yourselves. Somebody in the public might just pick a few of you or one of you, and it's really on you to share that with the others at the next meeting. The information that you have given me for your email, the public facing email or cell phone, that's on the website right now. So the public can contact you guys directly. And it won't go through me, but please do make sure you share the information that you collect and conversation you have with each other at the next meeting.
Yeah. And we can make a little format so it's easier for you. It shouldn't be every detail and every word, just key overall was said or needs to be reported out. Any questions, comments, concerns? Excellent meeting, right? Yes, no, maybe, not. We're excited about our next meeting. Thank you. I like that race. Thank you. I appreciate the nods. Well, thank you everyone for attending. Please do reach out if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. And we'll be happy to address those, of course, if you want to chat at any point. Best of luck staying warm.
Thank you, everybody.